What's poppin' people? It's your boy Zero, aka Black Natsuki Subaru, and today we are doing something fun. Yeah, you see the title, you see the thumbnail. We're doing a movie. We will be reacting to the finale of ReZero Arc 9. This video is going to be chapters 58 through 60/61, like interlude, whatever the fuck there is, but I'm here to let you guys know. As always, I am bricked up, and I assume you guys are bricked up. Let us be bricked up together as we consume the end of ReZero Arc 9 Blind. This is gonna be quite a fun reading. It's gonna be long, just so y'all know. So, not gonna deliberate. Arc 9, Chapter 58, The Sound of Chains, which is very reminiscent to the same chapter title for Arc 2, The Sound of Chains. Shout out to all the boys, like the translators, proofreaders, Japanese English checking, and the art sources. Rigel! Natsuki Rigel! This howling for... Damn, hold on. We're starting strong. This howling horror of the soul was being hearkened. Okay. With certainty by Roy Alfart. Earnest and frantic, it was an implore suffused with emotions. Sorry, I'm like a little on edge. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little on edge because like everyone's been talking about this ending, and I'm just like, shit. Last chapter ended very, very interestingly, like with the show up of Reinhardt, but I digress. Let's just go. Earnest and frantic, it was an implore suffused with emotions as though smiting the chest of all listeners, such that, had it been Gourmet, Liebat, and Kados, would love the violent and passionate emotions of harrowing gasps of humans, and the wisp yearning of desire oscillating in joys and sorrows. He would have lent his ears to that wish with delight, and, whilst licking his lips, fulfilled that humble request without question. But it wasn't Lai who's here. It's us, isn't it? Lai of Gourmet and Roy of Bizarre Eating, twins who shared the same witch factor of gluttony. To be precise, they were triplets with Lewis, who had died inside their mother's womb, but contrary to expectations, they were siblings who had not been on the same wavelength with each other. Despite being siblings made of the same flesh and blood, what they regarded with importance as it pertained to meals was as though entirely different between them. However, they had never lamented the divergence in their eating habits, rather that they lived without having to scramble for the same prey between siblings was something to take delight in. Although Lewis, unable to freely select prey of her own accord, with no choice but to pilfer food from the stomach of souls, seemed to find that vexing. Can't be helped, can't be helped. Little sister is dear and cute even to us, you know. But you see, eating is something that is done for oneself. So an act of a draught as satisfying the stomach of someone else simply can't be done, you know? I hope I'm pronouncing these words right. I've been getting hit with like a lot of random shit. So even if he took pity on his younger sister's implorations of her famishment, it was but the hunger of a close someone else. Even upon learning that Lei, ephemerally, had fallen in the Tower of Sand, that too was but the failed meal of a close someone else. Above all, He would neither think of it as something that devastatingly served him right, nor would he lament the grieve that manner of finishing the meal. His thought was singular, the powerful emotion of it being wasteful. Oh my god, Lloyd, what the hell? From Lay's viewpoint of gourmet, someone like us, constantly starving as we were, would probably be a disqualified failure hooligan, or thereabouts, but we of bizarre eating would have gladly eaten Lay. Huh? What? Strangely noticing that he had been keeping Lay and Lewis outside of the targets of his meals, Roy had the amusing, unbecoming thought that his familial love was surprisingly unabandoned. To think the bizarre eating who haphazardly and indiscriminately guzzled anything that caught his eye in entirety had been, of all things, choosing his platters. So, are we to assume that this whole time, Roy wanted to eat Lai? Wait. Strangely noticing that he had been keeping Lai and Lewis outside of the targets for his meals. Or does that mean like he's making sure that they're not around what he would find the most enjoyable as far as meals? Roy had the amusing, unbecoming thought that his familial love was surprisingly unabandoned. To think the bizarre eating who haphazardly and indiscriminately guzzled anything that caught his eye in entirety had been, of all things, choosing his platters. Did something truly regrettable? Wait, did something truly regrettable, didn't we? It was unfortunate, but Lay had died. In addition, let me turn this down a little bit. It's kind of glaring a little bit. In addition, the presence of Lewis, ever since the time spent in that tower of sand, could not be sensed within the stomach of souls, and it was unknown what became of her. It was truly, truly unfortunate. The next time he came into contact with his younger sister, he would surely chew her soul. And yet, after all, we are bizarre eating, you know. No matter how unsightly and repulsive a thing may be, once he thought of eating it, he could not help but stretch his tongue. Even if Gourmet did not... Even if Gourmet did not so much as even turn to look towards it, even if it was atop a platter that Station had pushed aside, he shall eat it, sparing not. Above all, he could not bear to even think of giving up on an article he had once avariced and desired to eat. Outcrying from beyond the dust was an Aldebaran whose life had been cornered to a dead end. No, the predicament he was spiraling down into seemed to somehow be the result of having been placed into a situation that was the exact opposite of that. To thereupon recall Roy's existence, attempting to have his name eaten so that he could turn the board around, was an act that invited considerable and admiration. Galvanizing the curse mark he had engraved to turn him into a yes man and drag him along, Aldebaran was frantically calling Roy. Inexplicable pain as though scorching the intangible soul assaulted Roy, his body quivering as it bounded upon the ground. An abuse of the soul, making the threat through agony to convey that, if he wished to elude this pain, he must obey. We get it, we do get it. We very much get it. We're saying we get it as we get it. Even though we get it, there's no choice but to get it, you know? Because we're saying we get it. Gluttonous drinking, gluttony! He got what he wanted to say. He got what he wanted to make him do. He even got that he was cornered. In all honesty, even on the verge of his soul being scorched this way, Roy was grateful to Aldebaran. Thanks to being taken out from the prison tower, he arrived at the opportunity of a meal that may have never reoccurred. The Yes Man had few occasions for meals, but since Roy's merit was that he did not choose what he ate, that must have been convenient for Aldebaran as well. But you know, it'd be troublesome to have this misunderstanding, wouldn't it? Because he was grateful, he agreed to become a yes man for him. But that only went as far as the extent Roy was willing to yield. Beyond that, Roy would do as he pleased. One such example being, "Found you." As per his eating habits, an opponent whom he desired to eat even in exchange for his life was one he would eat without fail. "Rigel! Natsuki Rigel!" As if spewing out blood, that scream resounded within the ears of the Witch of Tristitia as well. It happened right when she somehow managed to raise her body after being jostled about by a shockwave that seemed to level the ground, amidst a blast of and vehement pressure that had surged forth from beyond the realm of her consciousness, inflicting several damages upon the battlefield. "Petra, are you alright? Shit, what happened all of a sudden? Is everyone safe?" Even if her mind was dominated by the loud ringing in her ears, the voice of the imaginary Subaru as he worried over her was unconnected to her eardrums, so she could hear him clearly. What had reached her amidst that turmoil and anxiety of Subaru's as he worrying for their fallen comrades was Al's scream from the start. Within the dense haze of dust, the Witch of Tristitia coughed up the particles she had inhaled, receiving two distinct shocks from Al's scream, mixed in amongst the fierce winds. The first was how Al was planning to use the authority of gluttony to break this deadlock, and the other was the name that Al had shouted to be his true name, Natsuki Rigel. The sound of the name was clearly not unrelated to Natsuki Subaru. Given that he's from another world like Subaru, I'd figured that Aldebaran was a pseudonym, but the name that had emerged, Natsuki Rigel, was far too strange a coincidence. Rigel was the name of a star, and the family name Natsuki was the very same as Subaru's own. Surely, the requirements for being summoned to another world could not simply have been to bear the Natsuki surname in addition to a star name. That guts. Naturally, Subaru also knit his eyebrows with the same suspicion as the Witch of Tristitia. Al was full of enigmas, so although the Witch of Tristitia and her allies were confronting him and his resolve to make an enemy of the world, they did not have any idea about the true nature of his feelings or intentions. This too was just more proof of that. However, "Sorry, I've already made up my mind." The Witch of Tristitia was not enough of a child to prioritize focus on an unsolvable mystery here. What she needed to prioritize right here, right now, was not some new mystery that Al had raised to the surface, but a countermeasure against Al, who possessed a means to completely upend the game board, even now that he had expended nearly all of the cards in his hand. If Al were allowed to carry out his course of action, that of having his own name eaten, there would no longer be anything she could do to stop him. Remembering what it had been like to forget Rem, the effectiveness of that had long since been proven. "That's why I have to do this, Subaru." When the Witch of Tristitia murmured those words, Subaru stood not by her side, but directly in front of her, not floating, but with both of his legs planted on the ground. He stood face to face with her. Staring true into his black eyes, the Witch of Tristitia felt a strangely deep emotion. The version of him present here, no matter how he strived, was nothing more than an illusion that showed her what she wanted to see. By no means the real Natsuki Subaru. From an outside perspective, it surely would have been an absurd delusion, merely a deception that was more convenient for the Witch of Justitia. And yet, you still won't marry me. Petra, I'm kidding. It was just a witch's joke, meant to tease you a bit. Poking her tongue out, the Witch of Justitia apologized for troubling Subaru. The Witch of Justitia probably interpreted the fact that Subaru would not simply do as she said as a testament to her own noble feelings. For the person she loved to become exactly what she wished for would make her happy, yet it would leave her conflicted. After all, I fell in love with the Subaru who told me that I'm an idiot. Now that's a real honor. After all, I'm a goddamn idiot who's outrageously happy. That couldn't be more true. As Subaru responded to her confession in such a manner, the Witch of Justitia pursed her lips. Then, the Witch of Justitia spun around, turning her back towards Subaru. And then, after a moment of perhaps either ruminating or hesitation, Subaru embraced the Witch of Justitia from behind. This was a perfect score for her hopes and desires. Moreover, since the real, non-illusion Subaru would have done the same for her, it did not influence the Witch of Justitia's final grade. And so, embraced by those arms. Found you! So too did a tenacious voice resound in close proximity, and the threat drawing closer from the other side of the plumes of smoke. The Witch of Justitia's fingertip pointed skyward, the corona fired from it being his signal. Rushing to make haste to her was the Saint Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfard. Fangs bared, Roy crossed gazes with the Witch of Justitia, and it's Petra Bauman. Her finger thrusted toward the heavens. The Witch of Justitia gave her name. The shuffle of names carried out amongst the Outerbusters as a countermeasure against gluttony. With the cooperation of the Lord, Roswell, it was the result of the name-changing ceremony that had been accepted as something with official validity. As each of them selected a name as they pleased, the Witch of Justitia received the surname of the person she loved and respected the most. But revealing the newly changed name she had kept hidden until now could have been for nothing else. Nothing other than the ace up her sleeve. Petra. Hold up. With intangible arms, yet still tightening his embrace, Subaru called out her name. Hearing that voice and placing her hands over his arms, intangible though they were, the Witch of Justitia smiled. Smiling. The young girl who had offered up everything as compensation and had become the Witch of Justitia spoke. Subaru, I love you. Placing it atop his tongue, invoking eclipsing, a titillating numbness that that perfused on the moment of eating rushed through his entire body. This precise climax of eclipsing was the true flavorful pleasure of gluttony, for which no substitute came to mind, even for Roy, who had eaten multitudes of names and memories until now and covetingly indulged in lives. Starvation of a hunger far too inordinate was the rise d'etre of gluttony, or raison d'etre. I don't know what that means. In a moment wherein he could hallucinate even a fragment of its fulfillment, he could feel raw, fresh sufficiency. That was certain. The finest. The flavor of the witch who had kept her word intoxicated Roy with maximal love as he licked his lips at the afterstate. taken captive by emotions that surpassed his anticipations, severity that surpassed apprehensions, and purity that surpassed aspirations, Roy surfeited what a true eclipsing was as a sense of sorry, this whole sentence is like interesting. Roy surfeited what a true eclipsing was as a sense of fullness in his stomach permeated throughout his body. Certainly, he had been living for this singular flavor. Even should his soul be scorched as indemnity for violating the curse mark, he harbored no regrets for this eclipsing. Upon these memories pouring in, Lewis's reason for craving became explicitly clear. However, unfortunately, unlike Lewis, what Roy's taste buds found at the utmost sweet were the young girl's prayers. The witch who loved a singular platter to this breath splendidly transcended the anticipations he had borne prior to tasting. Thus, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alphard, smiled. Whilst being scorched by the blue flare emblematic of the curse mark's violation, he smiled. Thank you for the treat. And in the juncture, he would be scorched by the blue flare together with his soul. That will be as far as you go. Sokomareda. A deep crimson blaze suddenly emanated upon the battlefield and mercilessly flashed through the blue flare. If one was asked to come up with something synonymous with the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, the divine protection of the Sword Saint would likely be the first thing they would say. However, if it were someone deeply aware of just how absurd Reinhard truly was, they would also know that one of the many factors behind his status as the strongest sword saint in history was the sheer number of divine protections he possessed. In the past, when Reinhard had done battle against one of history's strongest existences, the Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneus, the one who had been present there fighting alongside him, Natsuki Suru, had appraised the divine protection of the Phoenix to be particularly extraordinary amongst the arsenal of his many divine protections. The power of the divine protection of the Phoenix, allowing him to resurrect even if he died, regardless of the fact that he was already nearly impossible to kill on account of his overwhelming strength, was truly an unfair ability. But if Natsuki Suru were to learn just how extraordinary the divine protection of the Phoenix truly was, his previous astonished evaluation of it being a cheat ability would have been eclipsed further yet. Divine protection of the Phoenix! Strictly speaking, since it had already been used in the battle against the Sin Archbishop of Greed, this was the next divine protection of the Phoenix that he had received. But since the phenomenon they included was the same, there was no point in making a distinction. The important thing was that through the activation of this divine protection, Reinhard van Astrea, as its holder, would be resurrected from his lost life. And when that occurred, all of his injuries, fail or not, would undergo a complete recovery? What? Yo! When he goes through Phoenix, he gets a sensu bean? What? Hey, yo! Hence at this moment, when all the wounds Reinhard had sustained during his battle against the shadow of the Witch of Envy, spanning 3 days and 3 nights as he fought to avert ruination of everything at the world's edge, were undone. What the fuck? That also included the wounds that Aldebaran and the Divine Dragon had inflicted upon Reinhardt's arms, rendering them unusable. So wait. He probably went into that fight, was like, yo, I'll take like 1 L just so I can be at like full power just so I can use my arms. Bro, what the fuck? What? Hey, yo! It even blazed his exhaustion from continuously fighting with no sleep to naught. So like it just resets him. He comes back like bro, dude, no, he's unkillable. What the fuck? Yo, he's gonna keep coming back? No fucking shot. What? At full power, fully healed, with nothing gone. Oh my, what? What? Oh my goodness. This man is fucking broken. What? Through some plot devised by Aldebaran, the menace of the Witch of Envy had been revived in the modern day. The moment it had suddenly vanished as abruptly as when it had first appeared, Reinhardt deemed it the end of the battle. Instantly, he decided to inflict a mortal wound upon himself. What? If this had simply been for the purpose of healing his wounds, Reinhardt would not have gone out of his way to inflict self-harm, and likely would have waited for his injuries to naturally heal. In other words, what he sought from the divine protection of the Phoenix was not healing of his wounds, but the other effect that the divine protection induced. That was the moment, clad in flames of deep crimson, Reinhardt was resurrected in the midst of a battle. That was the other extraordinary effect carried by the divine protection of the Phoenix, the flames of rebirth that allowed the deceased holder to resurrect at any location they desire. In his battle against Regulus Corneus, the power had raised him from the ashes right before Natsuki Suru's eyes. But in the current moment, the place where Reinhardt resurrected went without saying. It was by the side of one who ought to have been fighting against Aldebaran, cleaning up after Reinhardt's failure, his master. No! Fucking shit! Yo! Yo! This is fucking sick! What the fuck? Bro can respawn wherever he wants? This shit is broken! What the fuck? Oh my god! What? Yo! What? Oh shit. Appearing from the flames that billowed in the winds, Reinhardt stepped out onto the battlefield, his instincts immediately branding it an unnatural space in the throes of cataclysm. Even Reinhardt could not help but be surprised at the sight, but Reinhardt! Turning around at the sudden call, Reinhardt spotted his lovely friend who had an air of seriousness to them, and held in their arms was his master, Felt. Perceiving it to be an urgent situation, Reinhardt immediately hastened to his master. Held in his friend's and Ferris's arms, Felt's head hung limp, bereft of strength. Nobody was more suited to the task than Ferris, but he would at least try to say something. Oi! Quicker than Reinhardt could address her, the frail rasp of a voice was spun. Amidst the dust, Felt was enveloped by a faint glow cast by Felix. Receiving the light of healing focused on her head, she slowly lifted her face, and while her vision blurred in and out of focus, those red eyes of hers captured her one and only night. Then, mustering all the strength left in her body, she put together a single sentence. That was, I leave the rest to you. Those words spoke to Reinhardt, telling him that he was currently needed to do. What he currently needed to do was not to worry about his master. Reinhardt's master was strong, far stronger than Reinhardt could ever hope to be. Therefore, that will be as far as you go. Entrusting his master, who had fulfilled her duty, to his friend, and spurred onward, Reinhardt advanced onto the battlefield. In that instant, he pinpointed all the presences that dotted the region, headed towards the enemy among them who needed to be dealt with. In a solitary flash, reduced Roy Alphard of Gluttony, engulfed in blue flame, to nihil, erasing him from the world of the living. What? What? Reinhardt kills Gluttony? What? Thank you for the treat. That which was scorning the smiling Roy Alphard was a blue flare set ablaze among the firewood of his soul, never to dispute. Thus, Reinhardt insisted his suicide as to not allow him to suffer for longer. And then, Aldona, this time, I shall stop you for certain. Kicking off the ground, Reinhardt soared toward Aldebaran, standing amidst the dust storm. Even without needing to borrow the power of compression, it was a movement of such speed that it appeared to have crushed space. Between Reinhardt and Aldebaran, a girl promptly stretched out her arms. The red-haired girl had moved as fast as possible in an attempt to protect Aldebaran. Brushing her aside, Reinhardt delivered a karate chop to her neck without permitting any reaction, reaping her consciousness to the beyond in the blink of an eye. Then, towards the defenseless Aldebaran, Reinhardt once again pulled his arm back. This is my duty. Instantly, an unrelenting blow from the Sword Saint struck Aldebaran's torso. Far in the distance, an azure inferno dispersed beyond the dust, and in the very next moment after beholding that, he watched as the slender back of Ye crumbled before his eyes. He had been about to reach his hand towards her as she abruptly fell, but which parts of his mind had been at work to cause that? Either way, Aldebaran's hand had failed to reach her, same as it ever was. Then, without so much as a moment to blink, a white flash scathed across Aldebaran's torso. 2, without a doubt. As the strike of the hand flashed across his waist, Aldebaran was cleaved right in two. But regeneration commits the very moment he was split apart, and Aldebaran's flesh was restored with a vigor as if a video played back in reverse, instantly mending the halves of his bisected body. That was the transcendent potency of the healing magic cast upon Aldebaran by the blue, and the magic trick of severing the human body accomplished by the Sword Saint's hand slash. Far sharper than any run-of-the-mill treasured sword, but can't die! An affirmation or a refutation. Just how had that appeal resonated? A blow from Reinhardt, yes, from Reinhardt. He who ought to have been neutralized by the summoning of the Witch of Envy had appeared, and although Aldebaran had basked in its unrelenting karate chop, he did not die. Given that he had bisected his torso, Reinhardt had surely launched that attack with the goal of slaying Aldebaran. But the healing art of the blue surpassed even the murderous intent of the Sword Saint, impending the activation of his authority. For a moment, ignoring the pain that he was not sure even existed or not, Aldebaran pondered. Reinhardt was present. Problem, trouble, all his calculations were set back to square one. Moreover, if the reason for his presence was not simply because he had forsaken the world, it meant the Witch of Envy must have withdrawn. What? She pulled back? And if the Witch of Envy had withdrawn, it would have been because the witch had not decided. Wait. The witch had needed to silence. Whoa. That which she had needed to silence had been lost. In other words, it was proof that Roy had broken the oath of his curse mark and had used his authority of the Witch of Justitia on the Witch of Justitia. And he had done so fully aware that he would pay the penalty with his life. As an act of retribution for having been forced into submission, had the Sin Archbishop thrown away even his own life? Only one thing was certain. Any chance of Aldebaran breaking through this situation with his own efforts had been severed. The possibility of gluttony had slipped through his fingers. Recognizing that fact, Aldebaran sparked his thoughts as he grit his teeth, resolving himself to use every last one of his actions from this point forth to break through this deadlock. Every breath, every pulse, every drop of sweat from his fingers, to none would he permit any futility. With that firm warning to his own soul, Aldebaran embraced the falling Ye. he embraced Ye? This was right after Aldebaran had decided on what he must do, fully utilizing every fraction of every instant from that moment forth. He would overcome this accident. That what he had resolved in his heart, and yet, why had he reached towards Ye and embraced her? She had lost consciousness, and the odds that she was just masterfully playing dead was zero. Even if he were to hold Ye up, he would not be able to break through this situation. And yet, for what reason had Aldebaran? You know it deep down too. This will be as far as you go. As Aldebaran stood dumbfounded, failing to understand the meaning of even his own actions, Reinhardt's voice, unimaginably healthy for one who had been engaged in a death battle against the Witch of Envy, struck his ears. Reinhardt was simply telling him to give up. This would be as far as he went. He was telling him, well, you're so surely carrying a lot upon your back, Sword Saint, but it's not as if I started this with a resolve so cheap that I'd relinquish it at a drop of a hat. It's not over. Not yet. This is nothing. Don't you go thinking that I'd give up so easily. Putting up a brave front, Aldebaran glared at Reinhardt. By surpassing his opponent in sheer intensity, he wished for at least one thing that his fingers could grasp onto. But, in response to Aldebaran's vigor, Reinhardt raised the hand he had used to slash him aloft and responded. The karate chop that the Sword Saint had performed to split Aldebaran in twain, that very hand was clutching something. Something that could not have possibly been there. A black orb woven in magic. Even with this, is my boy about to get out? Is my boy about to get out? Left speechless as he stared motionlessly, with eyes wide open, Aldebaran realized that the Sword Saint's flash from earlier had not aimed for his life, but specifically for the bisection of his torso. With that as his target, Reinhardt had done it. Believing in the power of the blue, he quite literally split his stomach open. He swallowed it! And splitting Aldebaran's stomach, he had retrieved it. That ought to have been discarded at the Grand Mogulate Geyser into the hole which led beyond this world. But even so, it can't be broken. The shock had not worn off. Even so, he still possessed the initiative. Devised by the witch, it was a forbidden art that reliably sealed any who had been granted power by a witch factor. Okay, so only people who has a witch factor can use this. So he does have a witch factor. Even with Reinhardt's absurd levels of power, even with the world-rendering breath of a dragon, it could not be broken. Thus, no matter what happened, Aldebaran would not lift the seal. No, it's Subaru who's sealed in here, isn't it? In that case, it can be drawn. Oh, shit! Yeah! Oh, God! Yeah! Shit, Chill, what the fuck? No, what the fuck? Wait. Bro, that shit was... Bro, that shit was fucking crazy. What the fuck? And like the thing is, I was partially spoiled on that. Partially spoiled, but I didn't know the context. What? Season 1 goes crazy. No, it's Subaru who's sealed in here, isn't it? In that case, it can be drawn. Instantly, a torrent of power surpassing all normalcy quaked the atmosphere, and a shudder certainly ran through the world. That was simply how tremendously significant the drawing of this sword was, to the point that even the world was unable to ignore it. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! That was Dragon Sword Reed. With that flash of impossible radiance, the small magic orb in the Sword Saint's hand was rent asunder. Hey, yo! What? Hey, yo! What? 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 There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Those were the words of the witch who had taught Aldebaran everything that he knew, and had bestowed upon him the name of the following star. Look at that. It is mine victory again. Those were the words of the Sun Princess who had given meaning to Aldebaran's life outside of being a following star. The foolish, powerless Aldebaran had lost both of them. So despite being one who possessed an authority that was supposed to rectify erred choices, ultimately, he had continued to choose the utmost half-hearted path. Only, he would not allow the birth of the witch who would end the world. Everything had been for that purpose. Receiving the witch's teachings and acting in accordance with her wishes, he had attempted to kill the witch. He had failed. Meeting Priscilla and acting to make her the monarch, he had attempted to kill the witch. He had failed. Falling back on his initial resolve and acting to remove Natsuki Subaru, he had attempted to kill the witch. He had failed. As a blinding light spilled forth, feeling his eyes being scorched even from behind his steel helmet, Aldebaran bore witness to the marvel of brute force taking place right before his eyes, and the result of that rule-defying power. The phenomenon brought about by one super-rational power was severed at the hands of another super-rational power. So, when that which had been sealed was released, the only thing Aldebaran could do was tighten his arm around his slender body in his embrace, as if having a tantrum, and then a faint respiration, one he by no means should have been able to hear, scratched at Aldebaran's consciousness. That was something which belonged to the silver-haired girl behind him, who had been wielding her strength to fend off the inundating flood, emanating a tremendously cold air to prevent the battlefield from being swallowed by the muddy stream. It had been a lament for being unable to completely dam the rush of water. He could have endured it. If that had been a sigh of relief at Reinhardt's arrival, he could have endured it. If that had been the satisfaction of an abhorrent Aldebaran having been cornered, he could have endured it. But it was none of those things. That which her amethyst eyes had trained their gaze upon was but a single person. After all, no matter the time, Aldebaran would never be reflected in those eyes of hers. Natsuki Subaru! He shouted, he screamed, he roared, with a hoarse voice that quite literally seemed to spew forth blood. Aldebaran cried out that name. Emerging from within that light was the black-haired boy, embracing a dress-clad great spirit, that unmistakable individual, with the vigor of having been liberated from the black orb, dropped to one knee upon the ground. Then, as his lips opened, the very first thing to exit his mouth was a yell. As if in response to that call, the sound of chains grated upon Aldebaran's eardrums. Rem loved Natsuki Subaru. This was an unmistakable truth. One that Rem, even before fully regaining her memories, would have had no admit with reluctance. but had to admit with reluctance. Or rather, whether she had memories or not, it was an inevitability that Rem would be attracted to Subaru. So frankly, what exactly had she been holding back for? No, that isn't right. That would be taking things a little too far, or rather, first of all, that would make it sound like I'd fall for that person even if he never did anything for me, right? Rem believed that her own feelings were nothing so convenient. Oh my god! Rather, Rem viewed herself as a fastidious, distrusting woman who would not easily open her heart, even if she said so herself. She shuddered at how unapproachable of a girl she must have been. She was vastly different from the honest and compassionate Ram, or the cute Katya, whose true feelings were painfully obvious despite her abrasive attitude. Indeed, the original Rem had been an unapproachable girl with a poor attitude and ugly personality. Fair. Her perspective had been narrow, her world small, too preoccupied with guarding her own self-imposed sanctuary to spare a thought for others. And yet, Natsuki Subaru had stepped in. Stepping in, trampling over it, taking her by the hand, and leading her out from there. Rem had fallen head over heels for him. Thus, those who had done so, and those who had gone on to do so, would only continue to grow with time. Still, among all of them, the fact that Rem was the very first one will never change. Fuck. Rem had been the first one to recognize the greatness of Natsuki Subaru. Amelia may have been a worthy contender for that, but in terms of depth and weight, Rem would insist she was first. That too was something unshakable, something precious tied to Natsuki Subaru. And like, look, even the fucking writer, even the fucking author, nah. Where's... Yeah, nah. No, yeah. Y'all catching strays. Y'all catching strays. All my like Amelia fans, read it and fucking weep. Even the fucking writer is like, yeah, no, Rem is best girl. Rem is best fucking girl. Don't get it fucking twisted. Don't get it fucking twisted. You fucking simps. You fucking simpletons. Nah, Rem is the best fucking girl. Don't at me, bro. Don't at me, bro. Nah. It's her. I don't want to hear nothing. Fuck y'all. Respectfully. We're gonna put these guys to the side. Back up. Anyway. Rather, Rem viewed herself as a... Wait, did I read that part? Oh, wait, how far am I? Her perspective had been narrow, her world small, too preoccupied with guarding her own self-imposed sanctuary. Okay. Stepping in, trampling over it, taking her by the hand, and leading her out from there, Rem had fallen head over heels for him. Thus, this sounds like Pokemon. Oh, yeah, the surfing theme. Okay, sweet. Alright. Sorry. Thus, those who had done so, and those who would go on to do so, would only continue to grow with time. Still, among all of them, the fact that Rem was the very first one will never change. Rem had been the first one to recognize the greatness of Natsuki Subaru. Wait, I already read this. Amelia may have been a worthy contender for that, but in terms of depth and weight, Rem would insist she was first. That too was something unshakable, something precious, tied to Natsuki Subaru. The mansion, The mansion, the royal capital, and Flugel's great tree. The path that Rem, who loved Natsuki Subaru, had walked alongside him before she had lost her memories. The jungle, the fortress city, the imperial capital, and the couple dragon carriages. The path that Rem, who had begun to love Natsuki Subaru, had walked alongside him after she had lost her memories. The past, present, and future. The path that Rem, who had fallen in love with Natsuki Subaru again, would walk alongside him now that she had regained her memories. Even without needing to be told by Ye so many times, Rem understood that it was too simplistic to lump all of that under a single word of love. Nevertheless, if asked the name of that which impelled her, the driving force of the hope that declared that, no matter what happened, she would have no regrets, then she could think of naught else but love. Because of love, Rem was able to believe in Natsuki Subaru. Because of love, Rem was able to devote herself to Natsuki Subaru. Because of love, Rem was able to yearn for the same future as Natsuki Subaru. Remne-sama, there is one thing I want to ask you. That was a conversation Rem had before they went off to battle with a girl who, just like herself, was in love with Natsuki Subaru. Rem understood that she too was one who had met Natsuki Subaru and deviated from her original self. She was one who had found happiness in that fact and decided to walk up alongside him on his thorny path. Sorry, chat. Damn, we're going long into this chapter. She was also one who knew of those eyes which were fixed straight ahead, looking at someone other than herself. The gaze of her beloved that she could not help but wish would turn toward her. Remne-sama, would you do anything to help Subaru? Afterward, Rem pondered over it. Just how much courage had it required to ask that question? Just how much deliberation did it take to convey the words she had prepared for that moment? And hypothetically, if Rem were to give an answer that failed to meet her expectations, just how much resolve, how many ideals would she have to bear as she walked that path alone? Yes, of course. I am Subaru-kun's Rem after all. That was why being able to respond That's why being able to respond to that without hesitation was something Rem was proud of beyond measure. In a way, it was a contest of whose feelings for Natsuki Subaru were stronger. And if it was a hidden vow that she could never entrust to Amelia, the one she fell in love with. What would happen if that vow were to be fulfilled? The truth was, Rem had no clue. The only thing she knew was that it would help Natsuki Subaru. No, to the contrary. That it would allow her to be the first among the many feelings Natsuki Subaru, that kind-hearted boy, would bear. To wish for more would be extravagant. Yet, now that her memories had returned, she had become greedy, and even knowing it was extravagant, she yearned for a smidgen for what lay beyond. For example, once the boy was pushed forward by Rem and the others onto the path he walked, then she wished that he would feel the devotion of Rem and that girl, not just a mere ripple on the surface of his heart, but as much more, a great wave. That alone was Rem's. Rem! The moment his figure appeared beyond that white light, Rem's endearing sentiments shattered. In that moment, swept away by a torrent of unceasing emotions that surged from within, Rem felt an irresistible urge to cast everything aside and rush into his arms. She endured it. I'm gonna say right now, this is like name chapter Rem part 2, because dude, like we're literally getting like we're getting Rem in a part 2, dude. Like fucking 3 arcs. Wait, no, well technically like she got eaten in like arc 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, fucking 6 arcs later is when she's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have our part 2. Dude, this shit is fucking peak fiction. I have never doubted this fucking like short-haired, blue-haired, like fucking busty ass fucking bro. No. What? Y'all gotta be like fucking like shitting me right now. No fucking shot. No fucking shot. Damn it. Immediately after, the earth beneath her feet exploded upwards, and the rising wall of rock threatened to engulf her entire field of view, only to be swept aside in a single flash by the Sword Saint, leaving the lingering afterglow of flames upon his form and clearing the path. Directly ahead, straight in front of her, Rem and the eyes of the boy she loved met. Prepared to die, yet unable to be rid of the kindness at his core, the young boy's black eyes met her gaze. 1,000 words she longed to convey, 10,000 feelings she desired to express, 100 million prayers she wished to offer. Swallowing them all, Rem said, "Once more, please make my current self. Please make Rem fall in love with you again." That instant, she swung her arm with all her might. The iron ball flew true, streaking straight through the sky. Dude, season 1 actually hits crazy now. What the fuck? The sound of chains ringing out. In that instant, his own blood-curdling scream, the protrusions of the ground caused by the utmost extent of the magic he had unleashed in a trance, the negation of the cataclysm of the supreme flash of the Sword Saint severing even the glaciated atmosphere, the fact that it seemed like the man who had appeared while hugging the spirit had been utilizing the authority of greed to keep a grasp over the situation, the fact that he was subconsciously tightening his embrace on the warmth of the woman in his arms. Absolutely all of it did not matter to Aldebaran in the slightest. Merely, with reckless abandon, he reached out his hands. No, he only attempted to reach them out. He had failed to do so. His right arm was embracing the woman who had betrayed him, and his left arm had been abandoned all that time ago alongside the witch's expectations. So Aldebaran had failed to reach out his hands. Instead, the man... Oh, where's... Okay. Having gathered the attention of all present there, trained his gaze upon him and called out. The emotions dwelling in those black eyes, the fact that it seemed like he wished to save even Aldebaran if he could. The color of Natsuki Subaru was, above all else, more than anything, eclipsing aught in his heart. Absolutely fucking hate you! You shitty! The sound of change rung out. I love you. Are you fucking kidding me? Nah, bitch. We're going to the next one. Because as you guys already know. Ooh. Yeah, we're reading all of it. I love you. With a deep exhale, he pulled taut the bowstring of resolve deep within his heart. His exchange with those girls a moment prior, especially the consideration of Petra, caused an ache in his chest. Even Meili, with her insincere devilish attitude and flam, with her businesslike demeanor, seemed to worry about him in their own ways. And so with Beatrice at the forefront, this was a lineup of superb young ladies. As expected of the lollymancer, I guess. Though, it seems like a dishonor for both sides. Regardless of how it had been when he had first been bestowed that title, Petra, oh shit, damn it, and the others would not stay young forever. So long as he was accompanied by the eternal youthful Beatrice, however, the day would never come to the person in question would be stripped of that alias. Of course, it would be a different story if he ever parted ways with Beatrice, but if only he could do such a thing, eh? In all likelihood, it would have made this plan considerably easier to execute. In fact, with the exception of Beatrice, he had never encountered a great spirit of the yin attribute that was amicable to humans. He considered that to also be part of her design, but he could not speak for on the intentions of the witch's links, separate from the witch he had known. Okay, wait. That's giving more evidence that like the Witch of Greed is different than Echidna when she originally like was a witch. Like there was like a commenter. I'm not gonna look it up right now, but like you know who you are. Like you made like the like one of the comments about like the souls being split, like I did, and I'm like, that could be the case. I think that it's like that I haven't seen like a lot of other people talking about like how the fact that Echidna could just be like split into like different like personalities due to the witch factor. It's like what the commenter said was you're shit, damn it, I gotta find it. It's like, are you a witch? Or do you have like witch tendencies? But I digress. Where am I? Regardless of how it had been when he had first bestowed the title, Petra and the others would not stay young forever. So long as he was accompanied by the eternal youthful Beatrice, however, that the day would never come to that person in question would be stripped of that alias. Of course, it would be a different story if he ever parted ways with Beatrice, but if only he could do such a thing, eh? In all likelihood, it would have made this plan considerably easier to execute. In fact, with the exception of Beatrice, he had never encountered a great spirit of yin attribute that was amicable to humans. He considered that to also be part of her design, but he could not speak for certain on the intentions of the witch's links, separate from the witch whom he had known. Okay, here's like, okay, this is being recorded like on December 1st, 2025. What if Echidna and ReZero was doing literally everything that she was trying to do just to make sure that the right timeline happened, but it was because she knew that Subaru can like return by death from the beginning. So she was like, hey, I'm trying to make like the best. I need to make sure like the story has like a good ending, and I'm gonna make sure that you suffer to put you through like so much different shit so that you can achieve this positive outbringing or outcome. Because if like she knows like the past, present, and future, if she knows like what the future like holds, there are certain things like I could imagine that she has to like try to do to manipulate the future to get to this point. But I digress. I digress. What the fuck? Oh, this is a new chapter. Oh shit, my bad. Okay, chapter 59. I love you. With a deep exhale, he pulled out the bowstring of resolve deep within his heart. In exchange for those girls a moment prior, especially the consideration of Petra, caused an ache in his heart. Even Maylee, with her insincere devilish attitude and Flam, with her businesslike demeanor, seemed to worry about him in their own ways. And so with Beatrice at the forefront, this was a lineup of superb young ladies. As expected of the Lollymancer, I guess. As expected of the Lollymancer, I guess. Though, it seems like a dishonor for both sides. Regardless of how it had been when he had first been bestowed the title, Petra and the others would not stay young forever, so long as he was accompanied by the eternally youthful Beatrice. However, the day would never come to the person in question would be stripped of that alias. Of course, it would be a different story if he ever parted ways with Beatrice, but if only he could do such a thing, eh? In all likelihood, it would have made this plan considerably easier to execute. In fact, with the exception of Beatrice, he had never encountered a great spirit of yin attribute that was amicable to humans. He considered that to also be part of her design, but he could not speak for certain on the intentions of the witch's links, separate from the witch whom he had known. At any rate, as a specialist of the yin attribute, and considering her origins, there was a fear that Beatrice would be able to decipher an essential factor to the plan, and so the timing was critical. Beatrice was soulbound to the target, or through a contract. So he would have no choice but to ensnare her in the forbidden art as well. As the sound of tension creaked, he could tell that the bowstring was being stretched tight. What the fuck? I'm trying to figure out like what the fuck is going on here. It seems like a lot of like pre-Diddy shit, but like I trust Tape. Thus he entered the library of Tegera, the vast floor packed full with bookshelves, housing a tremendous quandary of books, a sight that would always overwhelm him no matter how many times he saw it. And there did he witness Murak. Murak. That's Beatrice. Receiving the full support of the Great Spirit, the man obtained the maximum effect of that brief incantation, and hopping on top of the tall bookshelf, he stealthily concealed a single volume. Even if he could tell if it was a book from a distance, he could not discern just whose name was written upon its spine. The books of the dead in that library, aside from the titles, were all the same appearance, with nary a distinction in their thickness. Upon consideration, it was a bit of a strange matter. There was no way that a child succumbed to illness at a tender age of 5, and someone who died peacefully at the age of 100 after having lived a full life of ups and downs would have books of the same thickness. All right, so I took a break. I completely forgot where I left off, but I think that I am. Where do I think I am? I'm just gonna start from just the top. There was no doubt that this library was a place that took advantage of odd Lagnus properties, but it ought to have been the witch who had made them manifest in the form of books. In that case, why had the witch gone out of her way to create a library that was so difficult to comprehend? When you finally find that which you seek, you would not desire any excess noise, now would you? Vocalizing in utterance that the witch herself seemed like she might have said, it sounded like it might have really been the right answer, filling him with unpleasant feelings. To begin with, hold on. Wait. We're not just going to skip over that first part. There was no doubt that this library was a place that took advantage of odd Lagnus properties, but it ought... Oh, what the fuck is this from? Kingdom Hearts or Pokemon? Damn it, does it say? Anyway, but it ought to have been the witch who had made them manifest in the forms of books. Okay. Was Echidna possibly a contributor to the creation of the Pleiades Watchtower and like the trials? It would make a lot of sense. It would make a shit ton of sense, because like the trials are not something that Echidna herself would be able to necessarily come up with and like make herself, like in my opinion, because it would literally just be going off of the fact that Flugel is from the real world, if not possibly Subaru. But see, and like the more that we get into this, like the more it's like, dude, if Subaru was Flugel, they would all know. Like everyone from 400 years ago would know. So there has to be some type of pact with Satella that is stopping them from like remembering what Flugel looked like. That's why we haven't gotten anything from Flugel yet. What if the same thing that happened with Al is what happened with Subaru? Wait. What if when Subaru got snatched from the present, he actually went back 400 years into the past, and then for whatever reason, he was old Shamak or something equivalent to wake back up 400 years later. That's why it felt like he was always there to a degree, because we don't get to see like what exactly happened when he first spawned. So I'm thinking here, and I'm calling this right now. I don't know if I'm the first person to like fucking coin this. I don't know if I'm the first person to like coin this shit. December 2nd, 2025. Like, this is my theory. My theory is that, based on what I just read, Subaru got yoinked from Lagunica, or from the real world, after the grocery store. In the novel, they don't start off with him in the fucking grocery store. They added that in the anime specifically. Hey, yo, did I just fucking crack the code? Subaru equals Flugel theory. He got snatched from the real world, and he came in 400 years ago as Flugel, maybe wanting to adopt like a fucking new persona. Yes, you know what? No, this makes sense. He probably wanted to go by a different alias than his actual name for some reason. Maybe it could be a parallel to how when Subaru first meets Amelia in the timeline that never happened, she referred to herself as as Satella, and that's how she knew him until he found out. That's how he knew her until he found out her real name. But then, let's say that Subaru's alias in like 400 years ago was Flugel, and let's say he went through similar development, but in order to make sure that he would actually be able to kill Satella in the future, he needed to have all of his memories of what transpired 400 years ago wiped. But he was sent X amount of years into the future, but still in Lagunica. And maybe his acquisition of the different witch factors is what's going to give him the proper abilities to be able to battle and kill and or save Satella. And also, like, I know like Satella and Amelia aren't omniscient, they're not omnipotent, so that means that they can exist simultaneously within the same timeline, even if they're from different timelines, because we're seeing something similar to that with like Al, right, in Subaru. But I'm thinking that if Satella is Amelia, or Amelia from a different time, that would make sense for like the cooked witch factor. And I feel like there's some, whether it be Pandora, Echidna, Flugel, someone has made a vow, or whether it be like Volcanica, somebody made a vow, oath, or covenant to cook people's memories, so we can't. And I know it sounds like a convenient like explanation as to why, oh yeah, no one knows, like, until it gets explained. And I feel like it's probably going to be with an interaction with Pandora, because I feel like Pandora is like nigh immune to all this shit. Like Pandora might be like fucking, like, I'm not gonna say omnipotent, because like she surely probably doesn't know everything, but based on her abilities, she could literally know everything. And she just chooses, because like if her ability truly is like phenomena manipulation, reality manipulation, causality, plausality manipulation, she's like one of the most broken characters in fiction, because like she literally can just like, and like her consciousness doesn't need to exist, it doesn't need to be there for her to manifest these abilities. So if you can literally not be conscious and still have your abilities work to your will, that's crazy. That is actually fucking crazy. So damn, there's so much that I want to talk about. God damn it. Let's jump back in. Like, god damn it, now I'm just thinking hard about stuff. Let me know in the comments what you guys feel about like this theory, because like I'm coining it, unless anyone has mentioned it even earlier on the internet so far. That's my theory about like Subaru right now. But it's not like the craziest theory though. I feel like ReZero like readers, viewers like y'all, I'm sure like somebody's come up with this shit before. But I digress. Where am I? Vocalizing an utterance that the witch herself seemed like she might have said. It sounded like it might have really been the right answer, filling him with unpleasant feelings. To begin with, he wished to avoid recalling the witch as much as he could. Ever since she died, he found himself recalling the witch as if recoil from everything that occurred up to that point. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. For a moment, he pondered. If this was a library containing books that chronicled the lives of the deceased, then naturally, it stood to reason that the witch's book would also be somewhere around here. Thus, look at that. It is mine victory again. The voice to which he had plugged his ears, averted his eyes, and kept at a distance in rejection from his soul. The Book of the Dead of the voice's owner would also be located here. What do you mean it was your victory, Priscilla? In those unforgettable last moments, in those final minutes he had shared with her, she had worn that triumphant smile. The declaration of victory that had accompanied that smile, even now, he did not understand its meaning. I don't recall, was that, damn, like that's how long I was yapping, like the fucking mouse went silent, or went still. Was that her last words on paper? Remind me in the comments, guys. Even if he understood, it would not change a thing. After all, she was no longer among them. After one passed away, it would no longer be possible to exchange words or feelings with them. I mean, not necessarily. But even if it was purely a one-sided affair, this great library, Pleiades, made understanding possible. An idiot? No, I'm definitely an idiot. Even though that sort of thing's nothing more than a pretext. Everything was for the sake of the plan. A cover story to get that man and the others to console his heartbroken self. Laying the groundwork for him to carry out what he had set out to do alongside the witch, the plan he had once abandoned. To think his heart would actually be swayed by that. It would be a tale far worse than going out for wool and coming home shorn. Above all else, please, don't save me. If he were to read her book, if he were to once again be scorched by the radiance of the sun he had failed to keep from setting, then, just like the day he gave up on being a following star, he might waver once more. The foolish star who did not deserve to be saved would waver once more. That was why your stars were bad. Resigning himself to those words, he resumed his halted steps and proceeded through the library. The singular book that had been stealthily hidden atop the bookshelf. Although he had not seen the title of that book, he knew what name had been inscribed on its spine without even needing to see it. If it was a Book of the Dead that man had hidden due to finding it inconvenient, there was only one title that it could have borne. And finding one of those same books had been an essential puzzle piece for the enactment of his plan. The two volumes he had wished to track down, those being the books of the dead belonging to himself and to that man, had been found. So all that remained was the time for action. Good grief. It's like I'm a mischievous kid who's getting up to no good in the library. He slowly walked up behind the man who spoke these words as he scratched his head. The other party seemed unaware of his approach, and parting from the bookshelf where he had just hidden the book. It'd be a problem, Ezo-san. The very embodiment of a curious mind were to find it. I mean, there's also the possibility that a bunch of people come marching in here, so maybe I gotta dispose of them all. How many volumes in total were there? Dispose of what, bro? Oh God. Oh God. As soon as he called out to the grumbling back, the other party's shoulders jumped up in an exaggerated motion. Slowly, the man turned to face him. A faint stiffness strewed upon his countenance, making it obvious that he was feeling guilty about what he had done. At that reaction of the other party, doing a clumsy job of hiding things, he deliberately made a grand motion of shrugging his shoulders. Oi, oi, you're getting way too startled. I was just trying to make small talk. Yeah, sorry. Someone hearing you when you're talking to yourself is actually pretty embarrassing, you know? I get where you're coming from with that, but I find it troubling that you're making me out to be the bad guy because of that, yeah? The bad guy? Drawing back his chin as the other party inclined their head, he directed his attention to behind himself, then, waddling over from that direction with lovely footsteps, approached Beatrice. She wedged her small body in between him and the other party, and while puffing up her cheeks. Hey you, don't startle Subaru all of a sudden like that. In fact, whenever Betty isn't watching, Subaru has what's known as a flea's heart, I suppose. A flea's heart? Really? Bro does? I didn't take him for that sort of guy though. If that evaluation's based on my boldness and audacity, I'll gladly take it in stride. But what the hell do you see in me to make you think that way? Let's see. Well, bro, I might actually know a lot more about you than you think, you know? Responding to the words of the man who patted the head of Beatrice as she came to his defense, he took a moment to think before keeping it to a relatively harmless answer. If he mentioned any further information than what he had brought up just now, that was the fact that he even knew about his inferiority complex and complicated crossroads with his parents before coming to this world. Just what would he think? Is Rigel a cover-up? Is he actually Subaru? Or is Rigel his brother? But because he would only get that information from Echidna, Subaru, or Kenichi and Naoko. There's no one else that he can get that information from. Unless he's him. Of course, he would never do anything so foolish. He had been urged by those impulsive feelings many times, but on those occasions, he would endure it by fiddling with the metal fixtures on his helmet. A routine for when he went into deep thought, the metallic clank that warned him against forgetting about the plan. This is rather interesting, in fact. It is quite shameless to claim such knowledge about Subaru before Betty, I suppose. You are making light of the sweet relationship between spirit and contractor, in fact. It's precisely because it's sweet. Good grief. Sorry for getting in the way of your passion honeymoon. As he clicked and clanked the joints of his helmet, Beatrice stood with her arms crossed, thoroughly offended. Shrugging his shoulders in an effort to not upset her, the other party awkwardly scratched his cheek. Nah, don't worry about it. Beiko and I get all lovey-dovey whenever time allows it. And right now, well, see? We've got to prioritize the library, don't we? Thank you for accommodating me on everything. Yeah? No, seriously, no joke. Let me thank you again. Even if it's just 3 days. It must have been troublesome to set aside this time for me. Beiko-chan? Oh, this is Al. And sorry for bringing bro along with me. Thanks for coming with us. Betty and Subaru are one, so it's a matter of course that we are together, I suppose. Also, Betty is not so benevolent as to repeat the same warning many times, I suppose. Corrected by yourself, in fact. Gotcha. She's very kind. Your kid. Yeah. Is there... Do they have, like, the fucking... Okay, sorry. Okay, anyway. Wait, mouse, where are you? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That's so hard to see. I need to get like a little like emote with my little mouse. The man gave a wry smile, struggling to get his words out, and Beatrice gently clasped his hand. For some reason, the conversation was not quite bouncing along, though it brought him no joy. He and the other party no good. Whoa, sorry. He and the other party had good, responsive chemistry, and the tempo of their back and forth ball game of a conversation ought to have flowed smoothly. For it to have become this stilted was perhaps because he had thought something inconvenient had been spotted. Perhaps it was because he had concealed a book different from the one he had expected. For instance, could it have been one of the 2 volumes he had envisioned just earlier? Ow, how are you feeling? What kind of question is that? It's like you're the parent of an adolescent who's struggling to get a grasp on a sense of distance. As you can see, no results just yet. I thought that it might be possible in 3 days, but man, I'm really at a loss with this number of books. It's really on the level of finding a single needle dropped in a desert, isn't it? But don't give up, man. Let's search properly. I'll also do my best to help. Oi, bro. Just when he thought that, the other party suddenly adopted a proactive position, taking him aback. Time and time again, the other party had vowed unwavering sincerity towards him, proclaiming that he would be of help. Neither did he think that was a lie, nor did he find that aggravating in itself. After all, he had no expectations. That which he had hoped for the most, that which he had wished the man to do, he had not done. That was why. Knock it off with the sentiments that muddy up exactly which one of us had. Knock it off with the sentiments that muddied up exactly which one of us had wanted to come here in the first place. It wouldn't make any sense if I'm not getting any enthusiastic as getting if I'm not getting as enthusiastic as you, bro. Then do it. Let's do it. As if it were a matter of life and death. For 3 days. We'll give it everything we've got, then. A tremble ran through that voice. Not his own. He heard the voice of the other party trembling. He had far too much empathy, or perhaps a wave that already ought to have passed had come crashing back in, stirring those emotions anew. The feelings of regret and lamentation were things that man felt far more than the ordinary person. He knew that well. Okay. Low-key, I might have to reread that. Then do it. Let's do it. As if it were a matter of life and death. For 3 days, we'll give it everything we've got. God, then I don't know if that's capturing it. Like, I need like, oh, I need like a little bit more time. Oh my God. Then do it. Let's do it, as if it were a matter of life and death. For 3 days, we'll give it everything we've got, then. I don't know, man. Dude, Yusuke Kobayashi and Sean Chiplock, you guys fucking kill it, bro. Man. I know they'll never see this shit, but like, I'm just saying, dude. Man. Between himself and this man, they were the only two people throughout the entire world to possess it, the curse of their authorities. Merely there was the man who could use it to save those whom he loved, and then there was his own self, unable to do the same. Thus, so long as the man's love was allowed to persist, it would eventually be born. The being that would bring about the world's end. Thus, so long as the man's love was allowed to persist, it would eventually be born. The being that would bring about the world's end. He's talking about Subaru. In order to... Oh, shit. Subaru's not trying to get rid of... Sorry, Ao's not trying to get rid of Subaru because he hates him necessarily. He's trying to get rid of him because he is the reason why Satella still exists and why she won't die. Is this some fucking paradoxical sense of like storytelling where the most broken, overpowered character that exists other than Reinhardt that can't die is only able to stay alive because the person that made them this powerful and this a lot like immortal is Subaru? If getting rid of Subaru means that like Satella will be able to die, is that like a theory that Echidna has? Or is that like an idea that she has? Because that would also have to mean, that would have to imply that Subaru and or Flugel are the same, like they're the same person and they existed 400 years ago. And Echidna found out somehow with her authority and abilities that the reason why Satella is immortal and cannot like fucking be killed is because of the existence of Natsuki Subaru, which is Flugel. But maybe there's some shit that they're not saying that is like, oh yeah, Flugel, Subaru, same person. Oh, Covenant, you forget that Flugel and Subaru are the same person. But dude, hold on, chat, I gotta pee. Okay, I'm black. In order to prevent that, at the very least, he would need to fulfill the duty of the following star. Subaru. Holding hands with the man who had cast his head down, his voice trembling, Beatrice quietly called his name. Beatrice, dude, Beatrice top 2 female characters in this, top 2 favorite female characters in this entire series. Like, come on now, dude. Tape wrote the fuck out of Beatrice, bro, and we haven't even had her name chapter yet. Come on, you know that shit's about to fucking go stupid. And I'm not saying that we have to get name chapters for every major character, but we're not gonna get a name chapter for Ram, Rom, Garfield, Wilhelm, like, and not Beatrice. Like, come on now, like, we're getting a name chapter for Beatrice. We're getting a name chapter for Beatrice, and I'm literally going to fucking throw up when we get to that point. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the reading, if you guys enjoy like this type of content, make sure that you leave a like, subscribe, more so than anything, like share with your homies that you think might be interested in this type of content. Leave a comment, just talk, like, dude, interact. Y'all already know we get fucking live in the comments. Like, That's where half of the discussion starts. And you know where they finish? In the Discord. So go and check out the Discord. Link is in the description below. Shameless plug. I don't give a fuck. Like, dude, if y'all want to talk about this stuff, like with me, like personally, like outside of the comments, go into the Discord. We have a server for ReZero and like ReZero spoilers. We're working on expanding that very soon so that like, you know, my anime onlys can get in and be like, all right, yeah, you know, it's good, you know, but then there's also like, all right, the readers. But I digress. All right. Where am I? The emotions filling the call were tranquil. And contrary to her cute appearance, there was a mystical solemnity. I fucking hate saying this word. Solemnity. Oh my god, certain S words are so hard because like my first name like for like a while was Shaq. Saying certain S words always trip me up. Solemnity. Anyway. That seemed to prove that she too was a great spirit who had lived for quite a long time. At the address of the great spirit, the person in question held his breath, giving no response. Hey, the SMT5? Berry Village? Turn that shit up a little bit. Oh. Witnessing that reaction, he fiddled again with the fixtures on his helmet and decided, after another comment or two, finishing the verbal rally, he would begin. As the other party had stated, they would be searching the library in this tower for a period of 3 days. The more of that time limit he depleted, the more his head would start to wander elsewhere. Ergo, he would take action before that could happen, because he was getting fucking broken down. 3 days. Is that not good enough? The man's words, spoken as if wringing them out, sounded a bit desperate. That was perhaps a reflection that he was also getting a bit nervous. It made him think for a bit. If he did find the Book of the Dead across a 3-day search and could fully glean the emotions that woman who was no longer among them had left behind in her final moments, what might happen? He could say it with certainty. It would not change a thing. Sorry. These wounds would never be healed, and this pain would never fade. To begin with, he desired no such thing. And so, in response to the question the other party had hurled his way, despite knowing that it would be a complete divergence from what he had actually been asked, he deliberately answered with the following. Your stars were back. Even for him, it was unclear whether he viewed those stars through a positive or negative gaze. Present in this place were 2 stars, the Pleiades and Aldebaran, nay, Subaru and Raijo. And as they faced off, it was unclear who was being condemned as at fault and who was being consoled as having done nothing wrong, even for himself. He had gotten far too emotional. He had also done a poor job in keeping the conversational rally going this time. If he kept going like that, he would quite likely get drawn in and find himself uttering something that could be perceived as suspicious. He had already decided he would do it on the next one. He had decided. So right now we're seeing that there is a very, very strong connection between Al and Subaru. Yeah, sure, they could be the same person. They could be father and son, different timeline, you know, like Sloth if. They could be literal brothers, and Subaru just doesn't know because like he's been gone for that long, right? Like Al could be a or Rigel can be a construct of Subaru made of the real Subaru. And like Al could be an artificial spirit. For all we know, Al could be an artificial spirit. Because none of us have seen how he would die. If and when he dies. But he was created by Echidna. But I think that's more so like of a meta commentary on like his personality and his like characteristics were created to be like this because of Echidna. So like the current Al, like his disposition was created because of Echidna. So the current him, even though like he lost and forgot himself over these millions of loops, and I'm sure he's died millions of times, maybe billions. Actually, we can probably chalk it up to like he's died like billions of times. But his identity lies in the person that coined his new title, being Aldebaran. Even though for some reason his name is Rigel. This is so curious. You know what? Like I don't think that Al is a version of Subaru. I think it's a completely different person. It's either a construct made by Echidna or someone else. There's always that possibility. Or because like it at this point, like it can't be Subaru. Like it can, but like also like the evidence is just like at first it supported it heavy, but then it was like, well wait, when you think about it, it really doesn't like support it that much. By the way, this is going to be the longest reading you guys are going to get. I know it's only like it's like not even 2 hours in yet, but like dude, we're on 59. Oh, so like okay, I forgot, like we finished like 58. Okay, yeah, y'all are gonna be getting a lot. Okay, easily this is gonna be about like I'm gonna say like 4 hours. And then Al breaking down not to want to like finish the loop, or like not wanting to, he like literally the loops, like him talking to Subaru and Beatrice, breaking him down so fucking hard just because he's understanding how Subaru feels and what he's probably going through on like a meta level, because he knows about his past, whether it be because he's actually related to him, it's him, or Echidna told him. Like, yeah, nah. Wait. That wait, did I go down too far? Fuck. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I was trying. Okay. All right. The other party who had fallen silent, the man who had been named for the stars and bestowed the names of the stars. After he finished his next remark, it would commence. Passing Mana through his gate, formulating the technique, he opened up the entryway for the forbidden art. Then, ow. Then his eyes met with Natsuki Subaru's, a face on the verge of tears. Ol Shamak! An incantation, one not of his own, he understood. Once again, in the battle he had needed to win no matter what, Aldebaran had been defeated. Look at that. Look at that. It is mine victory again. Alongside the triumphant smile of the lovely woman he could never get back, he heard her voice. The next instant, the world of Aldebaran cut to black. That's some fucking goated art right there. Like, I fucks with this. This is good. Some good shit. Hey, what? Huh? Why the fuck is his helmet off right here? Hey, come on, art. Don't be spoiling me shit. Natsuki Dono, while it may not serve as any comfort, your fears were not misplaced. He had been needing mana, formulating a technique. A single slip up, and you likely would have found yourself in completely opposite positions. I fully support your judgment as having been the best course of action. Having stood witness over the entire affair, the worlds of the dwarf of Ezo Kadner served as no consolation to Subaru's heart whatsoever, just as he had said. Was there really no other way to settle things without anyone getting hurt? Captain, my amazing self doesn't really get it. It's just, even though I don't understand anything, my amazing self can just say this. I'm so happy you're safe, Captain. Just like Ezo, tasked with monitoring the situation, the one who was like a younger brother to him expressed his feelings of frustration as he embraced Subaru's shoulders with his burly arms and straightforward words. And he was not the only one nestling close to Subaru. Subaru, you made a decision, I suppose. Even though Betty could have taken it all on for you, still got yourself hurt like a fool, in fact. Beatrice. But Betty and Subaru... Hold on, chat. Okay. So... let me just like double take back, alright? Just like Ezo, tasked with monitoring the situation, the one who is like a younger brother to him expressed his feelings of frustration as he embraced Subaru's shoulders with his burly arms and straightforward words. And he was not the only one nestling close to Subaru. Subaru, you made a decision, I suppose. Even though Betty could have taken it all on for you, you still got yourself hurt like a fool, in fact. Beatrice. But Betty and Subaru performed that forbidden art together, I suppose. Subaru prepared that technique. Betty formulated the spell. Subaru performed the incantation, and Betty passed the mana through. Hence, Betty will take on half, in fact. It would be unfair for you to carry too much on your back, I suppose. There we go. Let's see. With his teeth clenched firmly, what Subaru tightly clutched in his right hand, so tight that his fingers did not seem like they would ever open up, was a black orb that his own inadequacy had left him with no choice but to enact. With no other means to stop him, it was a magic orb in which he had imprisoned Al. Sorry. There's somewhere I need to go. Is he gonna drop him in the Grand Mogulate geyser? Deep within his chest, feeling a sensation as if all the organs in his body were trembling, Subaru got up from his knees and slowly exited the library of Taygeta. What? Wait, did they stop him multiple times before he actually got it through? Holding hands with Beatrice and accompanied by the worried Garfield and Ezo, Subaru reprimanded his legs that were on the verge of collapsing, proceeding down the corridor until he reached the room he had set out for. Then, oh, Oni-san, what's the matter?
How's the search in the library?
Seeing Subaru as he appeared in the entrance, both Mei Lee resting on a barrel in a corner of the room, and the small crimson scorpion seated on her hair, inclined their heads in unison. The sight of her safe and sound, acting in her usual cheeky manner, was something that struck his heart. But more than that. Subaru, what's the matter? Did you forget something? Hearing Mei Lee's voice, okay, god damn it, my bad. Hearing Mei Lee's voice, the girl who had been facing the other way turned to his direction. Using a cooking utensil with a magic stone to stir the pot, she blinked her round eyes as they reflected Subaru. Laying his eyes upon that girl, Subaru's body and soul reflexively tensed up. After seeming a bit puzzled for a moment, she immediately stretched out her folded legs and asked, Subaru? Then, facing Subaru directly, as he walked forward with unsteady, tottering steps. Beatrice-chan, did something happen? For some reason, Subaru is... Oh, shit. And this is Pokemon Platinum. Something did happen, I suppose. But Betty should not say what, in fact. Merely, it seems like he had an overwhelming urge to see Petra right now, I suppose. Me? Confused. The girl Petra wore a look of surprise at Beatrice's answer. Seeing those abundant changes in facial expressions up close, the tension in Subaru's cheeks slowly dissipated. As Mei Lee sighed a meaningful behind him, Subaru gazed at Petra head on, and after a moment of hesitation, Petra, this is gonna sound strange, but can I hug you? Well, you can hug me without even needing to ask. Actually, you shouldn't do that. Just thinking about it makes my heart pound and seems like it's going to burst. As Petra smiled mischievously, before she could finish giving her gentle reply, Subaru reached his arms out and pulled her body close, embracing her within his chest. At the sudden embrace, Petra could not hide her confusion. For a girl who, before he had even realized, was rapidly gaining nerves of steel, becoming better and better at not being shaken by anything. This was the clear discomposure to the point of being unusual. But there was not a single person here who would make fun of that fact. After all, hey Subaru, are you okay? A hand reached out from within his chest, softly caressing Subaru's cheek. Unseen hand? At the question of the girl right before his eyes, so close that they could feel each other's breaths, a distance where even the beating of their hearts collided, Subaru swallowed his breath and forced a smile. This is Eterna Forest. I'm okay. After all, he had... Wait. After all, he had to have been. After all, Petra was here. Doing so well like this. And it was not just Petra. Beatrice, Garfield, Mei Lee, Ezo, and Flam. They were all unharmed. everyone in the tower. Everyone who did not come to the tower. They were all safe. Everything bad that had transpired, all of it had been made to have never happened. Of course, it was not as though he knew everything that had occurred. And he also knew that not all of it had been bad. There have been confrontation and reconciliation. There have been betrayal and fellowship. There have been curses and vows. There have been hatred and love. There have been Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru. Maybe I'm not okay. While embracing Petra, he caught a glimpse of the magic orb still clenched in his hand, spilling that murmur. Then, the feeble sound that had escaped his lips as a murmur did not end as merely a stilted voice. Little by little, his feelings morphed into tears flowing out from the corners of his eyes. No. By puffing out his chest and declaring that he was okay, he had wished to repay Petra and the others, who had deemed it acceptable to force Subaru's return by death, undoing many irreversible things in exchange for a world left behind. He could not bring himself to do it. In sorrow and lament, with his own pathetic inadequacy, he could not puff out his chest. I'm not okay. To Petra, who had offered up so much as compensation, to Rem, who would have regained everything, to Amelia, who never gave up on trying to converse with Al up to the bitter end, to Beatrice, who had deciphered the mechanisms of the forbidden art while sealed together with him, giving Subaru a trump card when he returned by death, to all the people who had participated in that battle, both those who Subaru knew and those who he did not, to absolutely everyone. And finally, to all whom he had failed to get the chance to properly talk to. I'm so... Subaru! Suddenly, a sharp, loud voice cut off the apology he had been on the cups of vocalizing. It was the voice of Petra, looking up at Subaru from within his chest after having held her tongue. When he noticed that her round eyes were flickering with a storm of emotion, tears began to stream down Subaru's face, and as she caressed it with her hands. You finally said it. You finally said that you aren't okay. There's no need to be afraid. You don't have to carry everything on your own, right, Beatrice-chan? A matter of course, in fact. Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. Encouraged by Petra, Beatrice tightly hugged Subaru's body. As Subaru was bewildered by the warmth of the two girls, Petra continued to smile. Meili-chan. Yeah? I'd rather not. Petra-chan and Beatrice-chan should be enough. Meili-chan. Fine. Hopping down from the barrel, Meili walked up next to Subaru with a sulky face while emitting an air of half-heartedness, lightly tugging on the hem of his clothes, as if in place of its master. A small crimson scorpion leapt off her hair and onto Subaru's shoulder, nestling its body close to his cheek. Garf-san. Yeah, Captain! A huge moment of force crashed into his back as if it had been waiting, causing him to reflexively raise a cry of pain. Desperately holding his ground to avoid tipping over and crushing Petra, he endured it. He had endured it, but... Ezo-san, Clem-chan, will you join us as well? Wait a minute. was one of the things that Petra sacrificed was not forgetting Natsuki Subaru and all of her memories with him? That might be crazy.
I am an outsider, so I shall refrain. Still, I stand by Natsuki-dono. I only just arrived here, and have yet to fully process the situation, but understood.
The presence that only arrived later without hesitation nestled close near his right hip. Now, in every direction, he was being completely embraced without any escape. Sworn by such warmth, Subaru unwittingly exhaled a
What's up with this?
From an outside perspective. In reality, Elzo was looking on as a bystander, so from his perspective, just how foolish must Subaru and the others have looked in their current state. With everyone all clumped together like this, it must have looked stupid.
It's fine. After all, the one who told me that I'm an idiot was none other than Subaru.
Did I really say such a thing?
You did.
Among all the people I know, there's nobody. There's probably not a single person smarter than you, Petra. He truly believed that. Surely, that was the case. And so, it was obvious to her, clever as she was, amazing, this was what it truly meant to be wise. There was a big difference for someone like Abel, who was just a clever idiot. I've decided. His face was still covered in tears. He was still stuck in the place, being embraced by everyone's kindness from all directions. And he had just admitted that he was not okay in the slightest, but he had made up his mind. Al, it seems like you hated me so much that you could never forgive me, but... He did not know the true reason behind that. Only he would not let things end without finding out. So much had been on the verge of ending. But thanks to the determination of many people, unwilling to allow that ending, it had been averted. Hence, although he was not okay whatsoever, Natsuki Subaru had decided that was no matter what, will definitely save you too. Even if he had committed abhorrent deeds that would have made him the enemy of the world, everything, both the good and the bad, had been made to have never happened by means of return by death. Thus, that was Natsuki Subaru's vow. And hearing that vow of Natsuki Subaru's, Petrolete gave a satisfied nod. That's my Subaru. Indeed, the girl who had not become the witch Justitia smiled. We're gonna have a conversation about it. I mean, we're finishing the entire arc, so I mean, it goes without saying. I'm gonna pause it right here. Not gonna stop it, but I'm going to pause it right here. Utterly peak. Utterly peak. Without having finished, like, I haven't read Interlude Cheer. I haven't read the next like 1 or 2 interlude chapters. I think that the Great Reset was perfect. Y'all might be thinking a lot of crazy stuff right now. Which is very understandable, very valid, right? Something that I will say is that if you're going to argue, and I'm not even done yet. These are not even like my final opinions, because like I have to see what else happens, right? But if you guys are going to stake your entire view, thoughts, and everything of this entire arc based on the fact that like, oh, the Great Reset happened, why the fuck are you still reading this shit? You're missing the fucking forest for the trees. You're literally sitting here like, man, I just want something sweet, even though this isn't like my favorite candy. Or you can say like, here's my favorite candy that I expect to be sweet, but there are so many times where they can reproduce the same product to look the same, feel the same, sound the same, taste the same, everything, but it's something different. But you're still gonna suck up the same fucking gop, right? With this, it's so different because you have an idea of something that you wouldn't like. It's the same flavor. It's the same. I'd say it's the same flavor, but it's not the same presentation all the time. It could be the same flavor and the same presentation, but it's not always going to feel the same. And you're either glazing the style of writing, you're either glazing the characters and story, you're glazing the plot and or pacing, or you're glazing the writer, the artist who created the shit. If you're not able to take a substantial look at what the fuck you've been consuming and why, what were your expectations versus as adverse to what do you think could be done better? I'm not saying that the Great Reset is a good and or bad thing. I'm acknowledging that the Great Reset happening showed us a lot, because what has the author always fucking done? Subvert your fucking expectations. So far, with what he's shown, especially with the Great Reset, like, and I kind of saw this coming. There is too much shit, and it's like I don't think that he wrote himself into a hole that he had to like try to figure out how to write himself out of, because this man has shown such a level of writing this entire time, dude. I'm not gonna say that I'm one of those people who thought the Great Reset was or needed to happen for this arc to be like redeemed, but it goes a really long way in understanding what he was trying to convey with this arc, because you guys like who have issues with the Great Reset part of this arc, let me know exactly why you feel this way in the comments if I don't answer this question, or if I don't, like, in my opinion, resolve it. But I'm not like a defender. I'm not like a top A like defender. Like yeah, like he's like my favorite author, but I can acknowledge when he writes some shit that is just like a little like, all right, well, what's up with this, right? Like, we can be hypercritical and critical of the people that we enjoy to read and consume, right? But I think that when it comes to the Great Reset, I think the reason why he did it could have been a lot more significant than people would like to assume. There are things that we only found out during this loop that never happened, or this series that never happened, but apply so much information, critical information, to things that we've already seen happen. And that's part of the story. Understanding that, yeah, the author's only going to tell you what you need to know when you need to know it. And there are things that will definitely happen that you may not like, you may not enjoy. But at the end of the day, this is like a mystery drama. We found out things that we honestly like were not even close to being privy to in like seasons like 1, 2, and 3, right? But now we're getting shit where it's like, okay, we keep getting like more drops, but like, when are we gonna get the full picture? That's the thing. We don't have to get the full picture at this point of the story. There's a lot more shit happening. There's so much more that could happen. I'm not mad about it. I'm glad, because like, dude, there would have been like so much shit. Like, dude, if honestly, if not for the Great Reset, this motherfucker may have needed to add another arc just to like fully flesh everything out, like the way that I know that he would. So like, without having a EX novel. But I digress. Okay, hold on. I do not think of this as a bad thing. All right. All right. I just just woke up, just got back. As you can see, I'm in a different outfit. All right, let's do this. Right from the very beginning, there was only ever one ending that the Witch of Justitia, Petra Lete, had needed to aim for, strive towards, and ultimately arrive at. That was from before she had ever become the Witch of Justitia. From back when Petra Lete, a mere village girl, had ended up reading the outrageous artifact that was Natsuki Suru's Book of the Dead. I was thinking about something, like, if... Well, yeah, like, the book just stumbled out of the bag, and then she just opened it up. She didn't... excuse me. She didn't know what was... like, whose book it was, so obviously she wouldn't have known that she would have been able to read it in general, but anyway. It's just been... It's been, like, a little while since, like, that part. Anyway. From back when she had first learned that Natsuki Subaru, in exchange for his own death, had been fighting in a constant struggle in order to alter the fates of countless people. From back when she had fallen in love with Natsuki Subaru through their ordinary, quiet days together, discovering what brought him joy, what made him grieve, and what caused him to feel happiness and sorrow. Taking all those very reasons, gathering them together, bundling them up, and collecting them all into one, she had made her decision.
Because no matter what, Subaru still wants to do something about Ao-san, right?
Honestly, from Petra's point of view, it was an unthinkable idea. If one were to count up all the things Ao had done on their fingers, not even all the digits on their hands and feet would be enough to list everything. So they would need to go as far as using the unseen hand to enumerate the rest of what... Oh, wait, I guess she does know about that. The unseen hand to enumerate the rest of what the hands and feet had been unable to. To that extent, Ao had done enough irreversible things to fill a mountain, but even so, she did not believe that at heart, Ao was a heinous villain who had done all of that while scorning everything.
I wonder if it's the influence of being corrupted by Subaru's book.
Excuse me. It might not be her place to say it, but Petra was a realist, and the extent of what she could handle was limited. Rather than just limited, it was more accurate to say she deliberately kept it limited. After all, if she were to use her abilities to the fullest extent, her vessel would have been capable of carrying an extraordinary amount of things, and a fact which Petra took great pride in. She would not feel ashamed of that. However, using her vessel to its limits, she did not believe that she would be able to treasure everything that she could cram into it, and yet,
Subaru's greediness. But that's what I like about him. That's wrong. It's part of what I like about him.
And so, because that Natsuki Subaru could not be changed, Petra Lete would do it. It was a painful decision. Oh, about getting her memories eaten. One that seemed to cut deep into her, as if mercilessly ripping her heart to shreds. By making Natsuki Subaru return by death, she would reset everything that had happened. She did? So yeah, this is what I thought. I reread like parts of the earlier bits just so I can like try and make more sense of it like in between. And did Subaru call out to Rem to have Rem kill him? Cause like that's like the Sound of Chains. Oh my god, dude. The Sound of Chains, like that episode in season 1, coming all the way here in arc 9, dude. I'm so curious. If the reason why Satella would stop fighting would be because Petra would had to have had her memories eaten. When would she have done this to make it so that Reinhardt could like spawn? But did she tell Rem earlier, like, hey, how much would you do for Subaru? And then she kind of explains that she has to kill him when he gets out, because that's the only way to turn everything back to normal, which would make sense as to why she said, please make me fall in love with you again. And that shit was so fucking beautiful, bro. Like, oh my goodness, bro. I'm not even, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not mad about the Great Reset, because like, you know, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it later. I'm gonna talk about it after the fact. Where the fuck am I? From the moment she made the decision to leave the Pleiades watchtower and journey alongside the imaginary Subaru, Petra Lete had been forging ahead towards that ending. Oh, so she already knew! And had firmly insisted on becoming the holder of the witch factor of Justitia, taking it upon herself to pay the most of the compensation, save a small few exceptions that came with wielding the authority. She had not spared any card she could play, in the negotiations and provided all of the information she could share, thereby plotting the course of the Outerbusters. Man, I'm not mad at this ending. Look. I am not mad at this. I am not mad at this whatsoever. Even if a lot of people saw it coming. Because, like, okay, one thing I'll say right now is what you guys have to understand. At the end of the day, Petra in this arc was essentially Subaru. No shit, that to fix everything with Subaru's like imaginary like visage, you know, guiding her and like giving her like support and shit. Like they're like of like a sound like mind. Of course they're gonna want to reset everything. It makes sense. And yeah, sure, we got like a shit ton of like development and we got so much shit for so many characters. But just because it's reset doesn't mean that that shit didn't happen and we don't have it. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. If me reading the book is what caused the Witch of Envy to go on a rampage, then I'll be able to use that too, right? Ever since the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alphard, was released from the prison tower, and the effects of his authority became clear to her, a certain suspicion had sprouted within Petra. Having read the Book of the Dead, if Petra were to be dispossessed of her memories, just what verdict might the Witch of Envy pass? Then she also wondered if this was perhaps the very strategy Al had aimed to use in order to make the Witch of Envy withdraw, since he had claimed to have no intention of destroying the world. Hence, when Roy Alphard was defeated by the combined might of the Outerbusters, while he was tied up and barely clinging on to life, she had made a promise with him. If you want to eat me, I'll give you a chance. Of course, this was a promise she intended to break without remorse if he had not been willing to keep it. Corrupted by Natsuki Subaru, Petra had become an outlaw who bore no reservations whatsoever about breaking the promises she had made with people she disliked. Again, like I said, she's like this whole arc, she was basically Subaru. Okay. Moreover, in preparation for when that unlikely event came to pass, she had secured a reliable ally.
Remne-sama is truly amazing.
With sincerity, even when setting aside the tremendous bias from Natsuki Subaru's influence, she believed this. Rem had uncovered Subaru's return by death. Back then, it was turning back time. But even if the impetus for that was Ramji explaining the true nature of Ao's authority, she had pieced it together on her own. On her own, Rem had come to the realization that Natsuki Subaru was a person who had always continued to fight by sacrificing his own life. Though the thought of that had made her happy, she also felt devastated. Damn.
But that's why I can entrust it to Remne-sama. No, I can't entrust it to anybody but Remne-sama.
No matter how many wonderful things had happened along the way, no matter how many unrelinquishable feelings she gained, Petra Lete had resolved herself to overturn everything and make it so that none of it had ever happened. And true to that, even Rem, who had at long last regained her name and memories, and had thus truly returned home to them all, would be erased and disappear. That hurts, man. That honestly hurts. Because some people were complaining that like the way that Rem got her memories back was a little too sudden and it didn't feel like earned or something like that, something to to that extent. Which, you know, that can be a conversation in and of itself, but the fact that we got him back right? We got so much shit happen, man. So much shit happened. It's like there were some things just like, please, I hope this is not like gonna be permanent. And there's some things that is like, holy shit, what happens now if this is permanent, you know? But I digress. Like this shit is like, this shit is so good. Knowing that full well and still determined to go through with it, Petra had an obligation to get Rem involved. They were kindred souls that knew they were going to be erased. Who, in spite of that, were fellow women who, from the bottom of their hearts, wished for the person they loved most to not lose even a single thing. Oh. She could have only ever entrusted this to someone who truly believed that there was no other way, one who was willing to give up everything for love. Such a terrible thing could have never been entrusted to someone who, if they believed a better solution might exist somewhere, would relentlessly search for it until the very last moment. That was why Petra and Rem were the ones who would carry this through. Damn, dude.
Subaru, Amelia Nisama, I know you must be so tired. I'm sorry, but I'm going to end up being a burden too. I'm sorry. All the thanks I wanted to say could never be enough. Oh, this is from the trial. Oh, that's from the trial. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, that's from the fucking trial, dude. Oh my God, that's from the fucking trial. Holy shit. Oh my God, this shit is so fucking crazy, bro.
Dude, are you fucking serious right now? This is from the fucking trial.
Oh my God. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, bro.
Dude, I can't believe, because it was a slightly older Petra. That is devastating. And as soon as I read it, I fucking knew it. As soon as I fucking read, I know you must be so tired. It hit me just like that. Jesus fuck. Odd Lagna, bro. Oh my God, bro. I can't believe this. How many of the prophecies have we gotten? And wait, does this mean this fucking bitch Echidna, with her abilities, if she's able to see this fucking far, because of course she can see the past, present, and future of this world. If she, oh my God, I'm sorry, chat. Oh, damn, that fucked me up. Does that mean that her vision is not limited to the true timeline? Is she able to see? Yes. She's able to see even the bad endings, which makes it very interesting, because if she's able to see even the bad endings, is the true ending for ReZero gonna be cooked? Are we, like, is it gonna be a bad ending? And that's why she wants Al to still try and change it? Are we gonna have some fucking Attack on Titan Code Geass shit where Subaru has to like make like a fucking, well, in order to save everyone, what's he gonna do at the end if he has to kill Satella? It sounds like Animal Crossing music. Bro, chat, I am cooked. Holy shit, I was not expecting to fucking cry this morning. By the way, chat, it's like fucking 6:30, like 6:23 a.m. and I'm recording this. I'm trying to finish all this like this morning so we can get this up today. Fuck, bro. Damn it. Thank you. Thank you in the truest sense of the word. That is what she had wished to convey. Knowing everything that she did was having read the Book of the Dead, Petrolete had wished to assist both Amelia, who was walking down a thorny path, and Natsuki Subaru, who had chosen to work himself to the bone in order to support her. That would not come true. No matter how hard she tried, Petrolete would always be a mere village girl who knew absolutely nothing at all. That would be frustrating. It would be miserable. And no matter how many thank yous and sorries she said, it would never be enough. Even so, I wonder, did I really do everything I could? This shit's gonna fuck me up. It already fucked me up, chat. Given the constraints in her situation, had she not done the absolute extent of what she was capable of? Al had prepared an all-star lineup to ensure she would not lose, and yet she had only been granted a single chance of trial and error in order to overcome him. There were limits to how unfair it could be, but she had done it. She had pulled it off, though she had been a little taken aback when Otto, stripped of his memories, had joined the fray midway. But everything, every single bit, had been thanks to everyone joining together. Huh. I'm pretty amazing, aren't I? Think you're going to fall for me now? Yeah, seems like I might. And look, no Diddy, like no Diddy shit, but like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, bro. After everything that she's done, after everything Petra's done, bro, in this arc, goated. Like, she is beyond goated for me. Like, I need to get some fucking Petra merch. Put some respect on fucking Petra's name, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna. Y'all know my fucking thirsty ass can't stop going on to the fucking storefronts. Hold on. Wait, does she have a Nendoroid? Oh my god, she's so adorable. Look at her. She's so cute. Yep, I'm gonna have to get a Petra figure. I'm sorry. $180. Whoa. Hey, yo, come. Granted, it looks stunning. Yeah, nah. Sorry, I know this is very unprofessional. I'm just gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause it real quick. Where's the thing? Hold on. All right, I found a cheaper one, but I digress. Ooh. Slightly inclining her head, she greeted him with the cutest face she could put on. At Petra's adorable gesture in question, the imaginary Subaru blushed in a shy manner. Was this just a deception that Petra had wanted him to say? Or was it genuine enough that even the real him would actually say it? Well, since I'm about to disappear, I might as well interpret it the way that's most convenient for me. She gently reached out, placing her hand over his intangible one, intertwining their fingers. A phantasmal perk to this degree could surely be allowed. She had worked so hard after all. By the way, can I ask you something? I mean, it's kind of weird for me to be asking, considering my position. What is it? Even before Klein-san passed the wish factor down to you, just one time, Petra, you paid some compensation for the traversal. But you never told me what it was, did you? I've just been wondering what it could have been. Since I didn't tell you, why not just leave it at that? Don't be so cruel. Even his pathetic expression looked cute, so Petra let out a small chuckle. Yeah, I was curious about what her first compensation was too. But as expected, imaginary or not, Subaru was still Subaru. Even if he was a resident of her mind, he would not take liberties with what Petra had kept hidden from him. Those things which she did not wish for him to see or know. Relieved by that, Petra stuck out her tongue in a playful manner and, "It's a secret." Oh, don't blue ball me like this! That made the imaginary Subaru put on a sullen look, but Petra wanted to keep it a secret. It should be fine to have at least one maiden secret that she would... Damn, I want to know! that she would not show even to the imaginary Subaru. And besides, this particular maiden's secret had just a touch of girlish cunning. Back then, to Klein, Petra had offered a certain possibility of hers as compensation. That was... what the fuck? Now, yes, I know she's like 13 right now, 14 tops. 14 tops, right? And Subaru's 18, 19, or he's 19. Sure. But dude. That's huge. The fact that she went this entire time knowing that if she couldn't succeed, the first thing that she fucking gave as compensation was the possibility of becoming Subaru's wife. My fucking heart, bro. Damn it. And look, I don't know the current state of affairs because I don't be going on like social media like that. But with the Great Reset having happened, y'all are getting mad when you have moments like this, or at least I think people are mad. Like that's what the consensus is. It's like the community split. We're getting shit like this, and the bittersweet fucking like fruit is that all of this is getting erased. We're getting incredible moments. And just because they don't stay doesn't mean it's not still peak. Half of the shit that we've went through, some of the most peak moments in ReZero, were fucking failed attempts. Bro, what? And even after we've gotten such peak moments, we've gotten more peak moments. Regardless of if the loop in which we got the peak moment was a success or a failure. Dude, look at our fucking 4, bro. Arc 4 had bangers, bro. Bangers. And nothing really mattered until the very end, because, like, well, no, I'm not gonna say that, but like, the last loop was the winning one. But we got peak after peak after peak. What are y'all talking about? What? And I'm not even like a fucking, like, okay, yeah, I'm a glazer, but I'm also like a realist. Like, I'm gonna speak my mind truly, like, to the fullest. This, I've yet to see a part of this that has made me mad that it's been reset. That was powerful. Dude, this man, bro. Is like the final chapter out on this shit? Damn it, is it still not out? I might have to pull up that link from Discord or my email to look at like the final chapter. The surprise on Klein's face when he learned of Petra's resolve had been truly remarkable. Bearing a weighty history as a dragonkin, the eyes with which Klein had looked upon Petra as she sacrificed that potentiality of hers, contained a reaction overcome with such deep emotion that she would never be able to forget it. That was precisely why she had felt so apologetic. After all, it was that conversation that had convinced Petra. If I could offer that as compensation, then the possibility of that future truly does exist for... Oh. Damn it! It's gonna make me fucking cry again, bro! Considering the abilities of the witch factor of Tristitia, it would be more accurate to say that Petra had offered up part of her ability to exert influence over the world. Specifically, the various efforts she would have needed to make in order to secure a future in which she married Subaru. But such details meant nothing to Petra at that moment. What mattered was to believe in a future in which Petra Lete would become Natsuki Subaru's bride. And that had been proven by none other than a witch factor, something that made contact with the very core of the world. Because she had that evidence, she had resolved herself to seeing it through, and had thus been able to make it all the way to the end. That was why... Do your best, me. Whether or not I seize this chance depends entirely on how hard I try. From the village girl who had become the Witch of Tristitia, utilizing even a witch factor for the sake of her own happiness, that was an earnest cheer directed toward her future self. One who... One who would never become the Witch of Tristitia. It was the heavy-hearted cheer of love from a tough and determined girl from another world. That's the end. Gooner, get the fuck out. Doom scrollers. I mean, she wouldn't be able to do a lot. Yeah. Well, seems like I'm gonna have to find that next chapter. Hold on, chat. All right, chat. So this is chapter arc 9 finale, Reweave, which, woo, that's all right. That's a title. That's a title. I like that over curtains closed. Shit's gay. All right. Watching from afar, the servants working at the burial mansion, Frederica felt a sense of unease that was beyond her control. It's common to be treated like a guest. Oh, wait. Oh, so this isn't gonna really have like who's talking necessarily. Fuck it, whatever. It's common to be treated like a guest when you're with my husband, but things are a little different in this mansion now. As Frederica spoke, her green eyes reflected the busy state. Wait, who? Huh? It's common to be treated like a guest when you're with my husband, but things are a little different in this mansion now. Who the fuck? As Frederica spoke, her green eyes reflected the busy state of the mansion. It was clear that they were a group of highly capable, well-organized people. Even after receiving the terrible news brought back by Frederica and the others, they did not become dysfunctional. That alone was worthy of admiration. Priscilla-sama seemed to be very much loved. The servants were informed of terrible news that Priscilla Barrio, the owner of the mansion, and their master had lost their life in the Valakian Empire. Okay, sorry, my brain was doing backflips. Frederica, ooh, okay, the Fire Emblem Fates shit. Frederica lowered her eyes slightly and sighed as she looked down at the garden and mansion from the balcony. Frederica, given her position, knows the feeling she has when those she served, such as Roswell and Amelia, leave her behind at the mansion, and she can only pray for their safe return. How devastating that it must be to find out that her prayers had not been answered. In fact, many of the servants were saddened, and many even shed tears. The fact that not a single one left the mansion upon hearing the news of Priscilla's death was a testament to their relationship with her. And like that's another thing, like I don't think anyone truly hated Priscilla. Even if she came off a certain way and like seemed like a fucking dick and seemed so like self-serving and like a rich girl. Dude, Priscilla had so many good moments. And the more that I look back at it, it's like when we see her moments in earlier like sections of the series, dude, she's always been a real one, bro. She's been a real one since day one, and just like not a lot of people acknowledged it because we don't, like, we have to really just see her expression and her reasoning by doing certain things later in the series. Just her whole mindset. We didn't really get a good idea of it until like later arcs, but dude, man, look, I'm gonna say it right now. ReZero, from what I've read, what I've seen, has it probably has some of the best written female characters in any work of fiction that I've ever seen. Like, there are so many characters whose writing just kind of, bro, are you dude? Like Echidna, Rem, Beatrice, Petra, Priscilla, dude, fucking even Ye got some really good fucking writing. Like, and like I can go on, like, dude, there are so many well-written female characters, and if you take away them being female, it changes very little. And well, it changes little in the grand scheme of things, because what I'm gonna say is a testament to Tappei's writing is he not only knows how to write like women or all right. Sorry. It's been a minute since I played Persona 5. But dude, come on, bro. Like, he writes these people as just well-written characters, period, bro. Like, half of these motherfuckers, I don't care what their gender or what their sex is. They're just well-written as fuck. And like, I haven't even fucking dove into the EX shit yet. Like, even fucking Teresia had me fucking crying, bro. Dude, Teresia Van Estrella, bro, come on, bro. Like, chop it up. This Dude, Tape, look, bro needs to get his dick sucked. Look, that's all I'm saying. He need to get his dick sucked. Like, anyway, oh, and Schultz, man, oh, my boy Schultz. Oh, I love that little dude. However, it wasn't just because Priscilla was loved that she was there. Schultz-sama's resolute attitude really touched my heart. What had deeply moved Frederica was the attitude of the young servant who had accompanied Priscilla to the Empire, and who had been tasked with conveying the news of her death and her last wishes, and who had brilliantly accomplished this task. Oh my. Man, I love Schultz, bro. I love Schultz. Fuck, I feel so bad for Schultz, man. Wait. Did they wait, when Subaru did the Great Reset, did he sealed Al, right? He sealed Al, right? And I know that there's gonna be a point where they bring this motherfucker back out. I know it. Come on now. Like if they sealed Al, they're 100% bringing him out in like the final fight. I don't care how anime is gonna be. It is like Subaru's gonna be like, my trump card. Come on, Rigel. Fucking broke up. No. Okay. Well, I'm getting so ahead of myself. I'm not even reading. My bad. Okay. Schultz is delicate and appears as unreliable as a small animal. Damn. But he doesn't leave the role of villain to Roswaal or Frederica. Instead, he uses his own mouth and words to accomplish the important task. Even though the servants had chosen not to leave the mansion and to continue in their current jobs, there was no doubt that their feelings of affection for Priscilla and their trust in Schultz were a major factor. Even Frederica, an outsider, could not help but feel a burning sensation in the corner of her eyes. As she agreed, that's why. Oh, so you were here, Frederica. I've been looking for you. Master? With a slight raise of her hand, the tall figure stepped onto the balcony. Roswaal was greeted, and Frederica knelt down and gave a small bow. Bow. Fuck. I'm sorry for making you search. What did you need? I don't know who that is. It's not really anything special. I've just finished making arrangements, so I thought I'd talk to you for a bit. The arrangements? Yes. It's all planned out. Roswaal smiled faintly, one eye, his yellow eye, of which there were two different colors, closed, and stood next to Frederica, leaning his back against the railing. It's a land with a lot to see. I don't have many acquaintances in the south. Lady Priscilla's late husband, Lord Leap Burial, wasn't a very well-regarded man after all. If your husband says that to you, he must be very unhappy. Oh, that's harsh. Wait. If your husband says that to you, he must be very unhappy. Okay. Translations. Tad cooked, but I still get it. I might just do a reread and then like tell you guys like what my like thoughts are, but like this is getting the point across. Pokemon. Oh, excuse me. Have you also been poisoned by Petra and are losing your obedience to me, or? Roswaal tilted his head and looked into Frederica's eyes. You don't like my plan to use Schultz, do you? I don't think that what you're doing is wrong, Master. I know that it's for the sake of the royal selection, and ultimately, for the sake of Emilia-sama and the camp. That may be true in theory. but it's not easy to convince your heart. I have no idea who's speaking. Let me turn this down a little bit. Okay. If he knew that and still said it, then Roswell's bad personality was deeply rooted. If Amelia were to say it, it would probably just be a sign of her mischievous side, something that deserves a proper scolding. Given my relationship with my husband, that would be difficult, Lady Amelia. What? Do they just mean master? If Amelia or Petra were there, they could have used a straightforward approach, but if Ram were there, they could have used unorthodox methods to make Roswell repent. But perhaps anticipating this, only Frederica was there, and even putting aside the depth of gratitude she could never fully repay, Frederica realized that Roswell's actions, despite his cynical behavior, are for the good of the camp. The main purpose for Amelia's camp to be united as a camp is, after all, the royal selection. During the royal selection process, Amelia had fallen behind due to her time serving the Valachian Empire. Even without that, she was already behind from the start. If she wanted to make up for the lost ground and, if possible, gain some momentum, she couldn't just rely on straightforward methods. To that end, Roswell is steadily working behind the scenes to win over the burial territory, which has just lost its absolute pillar, Priscilla Burial. Now that Priscilla-sama has passed away, we will be appointing a provisional governor until the next lord is selected. Unfortunately, I could provide a candidate from my circle of contacts. As a liaison, I hope to borrow someone from one of the lowest clan, the Meyer clan. Isn't it too early to get those children involved, grandmother? They say you should let your beloved travel, right? If you keep it in a cage all the time, it'll never learn to fly. I agree. As Roswell steadily and calmly works out a flawless plan, Frederica begins to seriously question whether Amelia's opinion of Roswell is true, and whether he is not just a hypocrite, but a villain. Perhaps it's because he's able to play the villain so perfectly that his fellow camp members never open up to him. He's too serious. Master, please at least be a little more lenient. Okay, so yeah. They keep saying husband, but like in that context they're saying master, so like if she was truly referring to Roswell, then she would have been saying master. Who's husband? Who are we talking about? He was about to point this out, so that this misunderstanding would not only sow doubt within the camp, but also in the Burial territory, and ultimately in Schultz's heart. What a disaster! Margrave-sama, where are you? Was that just Schultz-sama? Suddenly, Schultz's panicked voice comes from below, and Frederica and Roswell exchange glances. Roswell raises his eyebrows and seems unsure of what it could be, as his master turns away from the banister and calls out to Schultz, who has come running out onto the garden below. Schultz-kun! Then upon hearing the call, Schultz opened his eyes wide and said, Margrave, I want you to come immediately. There is someone I would like you to meet, and there is something I would like you to hear. Oh shit. What you have just seen is the will of your late wife. With that, the crimson-haired girl revealed the contents of the sealed letter. The maid who introduced herself as Ye Tenzin, and Roswell's eyes widened in shock at her words. It was rare to see the master so shaken up, but his reaction was understandable. Frederica, who had confirmed the same thing, and everyone present were also shocked. In particular, Schultz, who was the central figure in the contents of the letter, was very surprised. The contents of the letter were: the current head of the Burial family, Priscilla Burial, in determining her own official successor, declares that next in line, Schult, will be named Schult Burial. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god, bro. That makes me so fucking happy. What? What? And that she will welcome him as the legitimate child and successor of the Burial family. Oh my god, dude. I love Schult, bro. Dude. No way. What? What? Oh, I'm gonna need some more tissue. Fuck. Oh my god, what? Bro. Lil Schult? Bro, that's so cool. Yes. Dude, I was gonna say like it had to be Schult, bro. Dude, Schult, yo, my boy, my little boy, look at him. Ah, fuck. Damn it, that makes me so fucking happy, bro. Oh, that makes me so happy. I fucking love Schult. I love Schult with a passion, bro. Hold on, chat. Sorry, I just went on like a whole fucking tirade, just looking up shit from a fucking Schult. Anyway, I fucking forgot where I am. And that she will welcome him as the legitimate child and successor of the Burial family. Priscilla-sama, did you? Schult blinks at the unexpected turn of events, his face uncertain as to whether this is a dream or reality. However, as he did so, hands were placed on both of Schult's shoulders from behind, and Ye, who had revealed the location of the letter, smiled and rubbed her cheeks against the boy, saying, "You're too surprised." Considering how much your wife dotes on Schult-chan, isn't this a perfectly reasonable story? If it were true... Wait! Is he talking to... What the fuck? Is he talking to Al? Or no. Al should be sealed. Wait. What? Considering how much your wife dotes on Schult-chan, isn't this a perfectly reasonable story? If it were true, I think she intended to keep it a secret during the royal selection. Ye-sama, since when have you known about this? You left the mansion many months ago and have only just returned. I found out just before Mrs. and Schult-chan were about to leave for the Empire. It was around that time when you prepared... Wait. That time that you prepared that letter. Ye's quiet response, "Oh," caused large tears to swell up in Schult's eyes. Oh. I learned that Ye had previously worked as a maid at the mansion and had been on leave for a while, but when she heard the news of Priscilla's death, she rushed over. As can be seen, Ye, who seemed to be on friendly terms with Schult, was also highly trusted by Priscilla, and was even entrusted with guarding the important letters she had left behind. The truth that came to light as a result was something that would greatly disrupt Roswell's plans. But if you think about Sir Schult, it might have been a good thing. Oh. Frederica? It may be a little different from what you thought, Master, but it will surely bring solace to Schult-sama and everyone in the mansion. He really was a remarkable person. Although Priscilla was a candidate for the throne in the... Oh, true. And in opposition to Amelia, Frederica had almost no contact with her, and could only describe her as a great person. After all, to have failed Master's expectations so badly, he must have been a worthy opponent for Lady Amelia, right? Ooh. Once again, she looked down at the letter that had been left behind, and as she hugged Schultz from behind, whose small body was trembling, Ye sighed at her own decision to return to the burial mansion. All of this was a decision to help Al achieve his goal. If there was no signal, that must mean the plan at the tower failed. Oh. In reality, Ye had promised to meet up with Al in the nearest town as he headed to the Pleiades watchtower, help him with the mission he had to fulfill, and be there to witness his final moments. However, when the designated time came and the signal to meet up still wasn't given, Ye decided that Al's plan had failed and retreated from the nearest town and then immediately returned to the burial territory. Oh, okay. Is this the first time you've returned to the mansion so boldly since Al-sama thwarted your wife's assassination? I am confused. I am so confused, bro. Somebody's definitely gonna help me, or need to help me, like, understand some of this, like, terminology, like, in the, comments, like, for this specific part, because it's not very clear who's saying what, and then, like, just the whole thing about, like, the wife. Who's the wife and who's husband? Are they referring to Al and Priscilla? However, he had been coming in and out of the mansion quite frequently in order to keep in contact with Al in private. The letter he had used as an excuse to return to the mansion was information he had obtained while in the attic during one of those private visits. The letter was sent to Schultz, the evil nobleman who was trying to take advantage of him, Roswell L. Mathers, and his attendant maid, pretending to have been entrusted to him by Priscilla. In reality, I only spied on the wife preparing it, and okay, so the wife is Priscilla, okay, and putting it away in a secret safe. Thanks to the fact that the safe containing the letter was a hidden safe, Ye was able to reveal the location of the letter, the existence of which was unknown to anyone else, and thus earned the trust of those entrusted with the secret. To do so, she felt a little guilty about using the dead Priscilla, but ma'am, did you really think I didn't see? To be honest, this was a mystery that even Ye didn't have a clear answer to. Priscilla had prepared the letter announcing Schultz's adoption just before she left for the Empire, and had also put it in the safe around the same time. But Ye did not underestimate her insight. Even though she was only her temporary master, did that heroine with eyes that could see into the hearts of others believe that Ye was not there? Use this letter well and make it useful for yourself, and while you're at it, save Schultz. To Priscilla. It is believed that Priscilla's plan to hide the letter in a hidden safe that could only be found by turning the mansion upside down, except for Ye, who was hiding in the attic, was a ploy. In any case, I will do that, madam. I have to wait for Al-sama. Ye decided to take advantage of Priscilla's kindness and return to the mansion for that purpose. As mentioned above, Al's failure to give the signal to continue the plan likely led to a mistake at the watchtower, making it difficult to carry out the plan. However, Al does not die. He is alive, because Al-sama is a monster. Al cannot die. He cannot be killed. He is such a monster that Ye obeys him. To see him achieve his goal and die satisfied, to see the existence he feared disappear. To that end, he had asked Schultz to keep his distance from Amelia's camp. If something were to happen to Al, it would mean that Amelia's camp, who had accompanied him to the watchtower, was involved. In case he were to escape from there, they had to be in a position where they could move at any time. That's why.
Sho-chan, let's carry on your wife's wishes. It'll be fine. I'll also return to the mansion from now on and help you out, Sho-chan.
Are they trying to imply that Schultz and Priscilla had like a marriage? Like that was, they literally said it was her adopted child. She took him in as like a son. Hold on, chat. Okay. Dude, by the way, this has been a this has been an insane fucking reading, bro. Like, dude, 3 hours so far, and fuck, man, this shit's it's peak. It's peak.
Yae-sama, yes. Yes, I am. I will live up to Priscilla-sama's expectations. I would like you to help me with that.
Ye's eyes drooped dramatically at the determination of the honest and adorable Schultz. No, the boy who had become Schultz Burial and the other servants were also moved to tears. Roswell's attendant maid also wiped away tears from her eyes with her fingers, touched by his bravery. Only the Margrave, whose predictions had failed, had an uncertain look on his face, but this seemed to be proof that even in death, Priscilla had surpassed anyone's expectations, which was refreshing. Yes, Priscilla was a master worth serving. That much was true.
I'll do my best. When Ao-sama and Heinkel-sama return, I want to show them a magnificent performance.
I love Schultz, bro. Y'all do not understand how much I fucking love Schultz. Like, I don't talk about him that much, but oh my god, he makes me, bro. Dude, I love Schultz, man. I love Schultz. He is the most adorable little motherfucker, bro. And he's always doing his best, bro. Like, oh my god, Schultz. Schultz. What, dude? The characters in ReZero are all so likable, or like so many are so likable and lovable. Especially like the little fucking like a little Shota, bro. Look at him. Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm cool. I'm good. Hey, yo. I'm good, chat. I'm good. All right. However, Yae hesitated on how to respond to Schultz, who was blushing and enthusiastic about the situation. Yae is also eagerly awaiting Ao's return. However, regarding Heinkel, it may be difficult for Heinkel-sama to return for a while. And then, right after the floating sensation, Heinkel crashed to the ground, letting out a low scream. After groaning for a while, she slowly moved her limbs and released her restraints. When her wrists and ankles, which had been bound with a thin thread, were freed, she felt a sense of freedom for the first time in a while. Damn it! Damn it! He spat out those words bitterly, cursing the misfortune that had befallen him. The one who tied up Heinkel and left him in a never-before-seen cabin in a forest with a girl named Yae, who claimed to be an ally of Aldebaran. She had a mysterious history as a former maid who served Priscilla and was also sent by her to be an assassin. And she had tempted him by saying that if he cooperated with Aldebaran, he would have an opportunity to obtain what Heinkel desired, the dragon's blood. As soon as we didn't hear from Aldebaran, the plan failed. What a joke. Finally, when Heinkel demanded an explanation and to continue with the plan, she mercilessly kneed him and elbowed him, then tied him up while his nose was bleeding and quickly disappeared. God damn it. It never fucking, like, dude, they do Heinkel so fucking dirty, bro. They be doing Heinkel so dirty, and it's comical. It's actually comical how dirty they be doing Heinkel. Like, bro be going through it. Like, I think this motherfucker Heinkel has the divine protection of luck. Like, cause like bro be getting cooked at every fucking opportunity. Oh my goodness. I digress. Nah, that shit was funny as fuck. She mercilessly kneed him and elbowed him, then tied him up while his nose was bleeding and quickly disappeared. From Hanko's perspective, It's like she pulled up, dropped him, like beat him up, and then just like fucking tied him up, then dip. Like, that's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, that's fucking hilarious to me. From Heinkel's perspective, there was no reason for him to be treated like this. Bro, that shit's funny as fuck, bro. Even Heinkel's like, what did I do? That shit is actually unironically fucking hilarious. Damn it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that shit was just so fucking funny to me. That took me out. Every single one of them. Priscilla, whom he relied on, died. And when he next turned to Amelia, he was rejected. And when he tried to cling to the hand that Aldebaran extended to him, he was in shock. He was shook off and thrown into the abyss. As a result, Heinkel's future was back to the dead end it was from... As a result, Heinkel's future was back to the dead end it was in before the royal election began. But still, I can't give up. I can't give up completely. I've never been able to give up completely. Shit! He staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from his nose that had dried up. That had now dried up with sleep and began to walk. His feet had no destination in mind, but even though he had no destination, he couldn't just stand there. Because Heinkel Estrella is a husband and a father. Wait for me, Luana. Reinhardt. Oh. Dragging his feet, Heinkel put his hands on the hilt of his sword hanging from his waist and walked on. There was nowhere to go but a prayer, worn and rusty from years of wear. I gotta blow my nose, chat. Better. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. I'm sorry it all ended up being so hectic, Ezo-san. No. It can't be helped. We are aware that the circumstances have changed. As it stands, I can't move from here until a replacement arrives, but I'm always available to testify if necessary. It's really helpful, Subaru muttered softly, bowing to Ezo, who had treated him like a gentleman. The location was the 5th floor of the Pleiades watchtower, on a large floor directly in front of the large door. There, Subaru and his companions had once again finished packing for their journey and were already about to depart the tower. We only stayed for half a day, leaving early in the morning to wait for it to get light outside the tower. You two are always rushing around. I wonder if you can just leave the tower more quietly. Can you tell me? Last time I was sent to the Empire, and this time I'm back again. That's not Subaru's fault. It's Al's fault. It's all Al's fault. I don't know what to say to Schultz anymore. Al's an idiot. At the end, the returning girls exchange a sentimental message. Naturally, each of us has some thought about how things turned out, about our half-day stay, about the circumstances that forced us to leave so hastily, and about the reasons that led to it. However, for Subaru, it is painful to see the person who caused it to be blamed. Caused it to continue to be blamed. General, I've loaded the luggages onto the dragon carriage. You can leave any time. At that moment, the large door was opened slightly by Garfield. Oh, yeah, okay. The wording, the phrasing and shit is off, but okay. At that moment, the large door was opened slightly, and Garfield, who had returned from outside, called out. He had already loaded the luggage onto the dragon carriage, and frowned at Subaru, who had raised his hand. You've got a miserable look on your face, boss. But then they used... What? Huh? What the fuck? It's the same as largest deep claws. What the fuck? Laraji's deep claws. I know it's making you worry. Yeah, I know you're trying to encourage me, but I don't get it. Deep nails? Laraji? Laraji? Whatever. Once something has happened, it can't be changed. So, we need to do something about it from here on out, right? I'll help you with anything. Garfield laughed, baring his fangs, and slapped Subaru forcefully on the shoulder. The force of the blow might break Subaru's frail shoulders, but he felt extremely happy. Besides, as Garfield said, he decided to do it. What happened from here on out was important. I'll find out exactly what I've been burdened with. Saying this, Subaru touched his chest, the magic orb hanging from his neck, and declared his determination. So he's wearing Al around his neck now? That's crazy. Subaru and Beatrice were sealed in the same magic orb, and during that time, Al sparked a huge battle, the details of which were not clearly known. It was dark inside the magic ball. I couldn't move, and it was unclear whether I was conscious or not. I was in a dreamlike state, as if I had returned to being a fetus, immersed in amniotic fluid in my mother's womb. Subaru's dreams were vague there, and nothing could be said for sure. As expected of his adorable Beatrice, she had been diligently working to analyze the forbidden magic that had sealed him and dismantling its formula. But all Subaru could do when he had some semblance of consciousness was to activate the authority of greed, Corleones, and pick up on the presence of his comrades nearby, and any strong emotional changes. Still. So to an extent, he is able to use his abilities while he's in there, but he's just like kind of like foggy, dreamlike. Okay, interesting. Still, thanks to my longing for friends, my desperation, and the repeated fluctuations of my emotions, I was able to continue to feel in my soul the extraordinary developments in the situation. What was particularly striking were Petrus, who exuded a strong sense of resolve and determination, and Rems, whose feelings for Subaru could only be described as enormous and inflated. Because of this, Subaru was able to decide with confidence to leave the tower early in the morning. Originally, the reason he had visited the Pleiades watchtower was for Al, and when he found out that it was just an excuse, it lost all meaning. But more than that, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony has a way of properly vomiting up what he has eaten, right? That's right. There were also those memories and names of the people who had been eaten so far. Rem. Subaru nodded deeply at the words of Petra, who had probably made the most effective use of the authority of gluttony in her strategy during the loop before her return by death. In that moment, when they hadn't even been able to exchange words, Rem had hurled a morning star at Subaru with eyes that understood everything. She had certainly regained herself, as she gracefully manipulated the spiked iron ball that Subaru had polished every day. There was no doubt about it. It was due to the involvement of gluttony. He was certain of that. And on top of that, gluttony was already under arrest. There was no reason not to corner him and make him vomit out what he had eaten. So in order to negotiate directly with him, let's go. The nostalgic royal capital. I'll meet gluttony and make him spill everything. Besides, it seems I can't remain indifferent to the history of the kingdom, or the history of this world. Thinking of that magic orb he held between his fingers and Al sealed within, Subaru admonished himself. Subaru's declaration of resolve had Beatrice standing next to him, holding his hand, Garfield caressing his fangs with his fingers, and Meili shrugging her shoulders as she carried the little crimson scorpion. And Subaru caught the gaze of Petra, who was smiling what the fuck? Dignifiedly and bravely. Fuck. Natsuki Subaru travels to the royal capital to find Aldebaran, who calls himself Subaru's following star, who opposed him with the same power as Subaru, and who is determined to save him at all costs. I want to know. I realized that not knowing would be dishonest, and I would never be able to forgive myself. That's why... Fate. That's fine. Carrying his feelings, Natsuki Subaru declared that he would overcome the curse that stood in his way. At the same time, Natsuki Subaru declared his resolve. Right now, in a faraway land, the destination that Natsuki Subaru had declared that he would depart for, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom of Lagunica, something strange was happening. In the early hours of the morning, when the majority of the people in the royal capital were still asleep and dreaming away the arrival of morning, a strange atmosphere hung over the Lagunica royal castle, which was normally shrouded in silence. The source of that atmosphere was the center of the royal castle, the throne room. The trigger for the selection of the king was the extinction of the royal line due to illness. With the absence of a king in the Lagunica royal castle, the throne room is tightly closed except for important ceremonies. However, on this morning, the doors of the throne room were wide open, and inside were gathered the kingdom's most important people, members of the Council of Sages, vassals, who had received the great trust of the late king, and even the kingdom's soldiers, who exuded an air of solemn tension. Each of them carries a heavy responsibility in their own position in a kingdom without a king. No one was late, even though they were all called early in the morning, and there was not a single person there who looked sleepy or showed a lack of concentration. Therefore, regardless of the time of day, the attention being paid to this place could be said to be that of the kingdom itself. The woman was bathed in this, maintaining an air of tranquility. On the red carpeted marble floor, a figure of indigo robes kneels. A figure in indigo robes kneels on one knee, hands clasped in front of her chest, in front of his chest. What? Julius? And his head bowed. The posture of prayer is refined, evoking material arts for military officers and etiquette for civil officials. And drawing a sigh of admiration, the woman overwhelmed those. Well, they said it was a dude. The woman overwhelmed those around her with just the act of praying. Could you please look up? Among them, there was one person who was not captivated by this woman's prayerful gestures and spoke out loud. The owner of the voice, which naturally gave off a calm and intelligent impression to those who heard it, was one of the people connected to the castle who had welcomed the kneeling girl. No, one could even say that he was the representative. Mircroft McCohen, or McMahon. McMahon? In the absence of a king, the kingdom of Lagunica is a central figure in the Council of Wise Men, which steers the affairs of state. And even in this hastily formed form, dude, this fucking shit has been cooking my fucking English. God damn it. Here's a powerful figure with the most influence and decision-making power. Known for his superior... Oh, wait, no, yeah, okay, I think I know who this is. For his superior wisdom and extraordinary loyalty and contributions to the kingdom. This wise man has such a large presence that the king himself joked, even if King Lagunica dies, the country will not be shaken. But if he dies, the kingdom will perish. Ooh. His gentle appearance and gentle manner of speaking can easily lead to misunderstandings. But in reality, he is a great man who is said to be the most reliable ally in the kingdom of Lagunica and the most fearsome enemy. Mikritov is a man who has enjoyed this reputation for many years. Yeah. Hearing Mikrov's words, The woman, who had been looking down, slowly raised her head. When her closed eyes opened, Mycroft caught his breath as he looked at her. Mycroft's reaction was not limited to him. Bordox Zelgev, who was also present as a member of the Council of Sages, Marcos Gildark, commander of the Royal Guard and representative of the military, and Rickard Hoffman. That's the most fucking American sounding name so far. The central figure among the civil servants and everyone else who witnessed this moment in the throne room also reacted in their own way. She was a woman with a bewitching quality who naturally attracted everyone's attention just by being there. However, the reason for everyone's reaction at that time wasn't just her appearance. It was her appearance. Her long, lustrous golden hair and crimson eyes that embodied a dignified and strong will pierced the hearts for everyone there. No, everyone in the kingdom of Lagunica, with a meaning that was more than just beautiful. And first of all, I would like to thank you for the sudden visit and for welcoming me so kindly. Considering our respective positions, this was probably not the best thing we could have done. As if accustomed to such stares, the woman knelt on one knee, looked around at the wise men and important people present, and spoke. She spoke in a way that was neither overly humble nor disregarded her position, or disregardful of her position, and those present managed to suppress their momentary surprise and shock, leaving it to their representative, Mycroft, to handle the situation. Receiving this message, Mycroft sat down in a chair, stroked his long beard with his fingers, and sighed, Well, that's a difficult thing to say, but there's no point in trying to cover it up. What you're saying is the truth. It's a great relief to hear you say it so frankly. I'm still a novice here, so I was a bit scared that I wouldn't be able to speak in front of you all. Considering how you say that, you seem pretty confident. You seem to be used to attracting attention. I'm sure you have an idea, or at least a few. That's true, I won't deny it. Although there's an age difference between the two, like that between a grandfather and a grandson, there is no hesitation in the interactions between Mycroft and the woman, and it does not seem like the two will be one-sidedly feeling each other out due to differences in the actors' personalities. Both of them noticed this and smiled at this. Oh, Siri, stop! Siri! Hey, Siri! Stop fucking shit. Stop! Jesus, fuck, right. I like how we got some Shin Megami Tensei 5 music going. Anyway, like this bitch just be fucking listening to me at the most random fucking times and then just starts talking. Like, shut the fuck up. Stupid bitch. Fucking hate Siri, bro. Wait, so where was I? Both of them noticed this and smiled at the same time, as if they were letting out a sigh of relief. I cannot just take up all of your busy time at this early hour. Let me get straight to the point. That would be best. At my age, getting up early doesn't bother me, but it's painful to have important matters postponed no matter how old you are, and especially when it comes to the Shenron Church, which has distanced itself from the royal castle. Although he had intended to encourage her to speak in a relaxed manner, the atmosphere in the room became tense for just a moment when Mycroft made his remark. His companion quickly dismissed it as rude to a woman who had come alone to the royal castle. But the reason for this was beyond anyone's control. The Church of the Divine Dragon that Mycroft mentioned is as the name suggests, a religious organization that worships the existence of the divine dragon Volcanica and believes in the blessings of his power and the covenant of protection. The kingdom of Lagunica is known as Dragon-Friendly Kingdom and is known for its special bond with dragons, and anyone who lives in the kingdom is more or less blessed by the divine dragon. Because of this awareness, the majority of Lagunica's citizens harbor a sense of awe towards the divine dragon, even if they do not officially belong to the church. In such an environment, it goes without saying that those who officially belong to the church have a strong faith in the dragon. To prevent the country from being shaken by such a large influence, the Shenron Church will stay away from the royal castle, which is responsible for national politics, and will contribute to the happiness of the people in their own territories. That is the Tacket? That is a Tacket understanding. For this reason, it was an unusual event, even for a nun from the Divine Dragon Church to visit the royal castle and speak in front of those, including the Council of Wise Men. It's worth it. It is precisely because they understand that this is unusual that they have reason to break this unwritten rule. The woman's assertion gave them hope that there was indeed something worth gathering Mikrotov and the others in the throne room to hear her story. Therefore, following the silent prompting of the wise men, the woman announces the reason for her visit. All the members of the Shenron Church are deeply saddened by the recent perils in the kingdom. We had a tacit understanding to keep our distance from the royal selection battle, which is a national matter. But ever since we heard about the disaster in Watergate City, we could no longer sit still. It's about the witch cult incident in the Watergate City, Priscilla. We are also heartbroken by the damages that city suffered. But could it be that the Shenron Church has something to say to the royal candidates involved in the incident? If that's the case, then it contradicts the reason why I courageously rushed over, even though it meant breaking the Tacket understanding, and what I said about him being worth listening to. It's a contradiction. What? The woman's youthfulness was evident in her sudden rebuttal, as she tried to hide her embarrassment by clearing her throat. Anyway, I have no complaints about the candidates for the royal selection. There are a few who have some points they would like to say, but those are personal opinions, not the consensus of the Shenron Church. If it is not the view of the church, then it is my honest opinion as a citizen of the kingdom. In fact, I think we should actively listen to it. But that's getting off topic. That's true. I'll remember that you're the one who can speak, but let's get to the point. I don't know who's talking, I don't know what voice to do, I'm getting flipped up. What we want to discuss is not the pursuit of responsibility, but the damage caused. Let me ask you something. There are people in the Watergate city of Priscilla who have been victimized by the witch cult. Multiple cases have been confirmed, and the Shenron Church can provide a means of relief. Oh? At that moment, the meaning behind those words caused a great stir in the air in the throne room. However, the woman at the epicenter of the tremors maintained her dignified posture and continued to stand straight even as the gazes of the wise men fell upon her. There was no wavering in her gaze or attitude, and she exuded a confidence that could not be expressed without conviction. With that single word, Mikrov cut through the noisy atmosphere. Even Mikrov, one of the kingdom's leading wise men, couldn't help but be surprised by the woman's proposal. The wise man showed a slight sense of impatience as he played with his beard. If that is true, then it is a wishful thinking. The one who brought this story to the royal castle was... what? They wouldn't be happy if we just went ahead and did things on our own. Besides, it's not just us in the castle who are unhappy. The witch cult is probably unhappy as well. It goes without saying. And the woman nods in agreement with Mikrov, twitching her chin. Naturally, If the damage caused by the witch cult could be wiped away, it would be an undesirable event for the witch cult as well. That is precisely why the Shenron Church desired it. The undeniable protection of the kingdom that has not been realized in the true sense for many years due to the distance between us, who govern the country, and the Shenron Church, which governs the faith. Yes, that's right. We would like to take this opportunity to make that a reality. That is the consensus of the Shenron Church. To give that final push, we have a proposal. A suggestion. What about it? First, let me show you the relief we can provide. Mycroft raised his eyebrows at the woman who said this, placing her hand on her chest. It was an extremely welcome offer. As she said, it was an excellent proposal to use as a basis for making a decision. However, bringing the victims of Watergate City of the royal capital immediately was... There must be someone in mind. The first one is that person. That's fine. First, I'll give you permission to start the conversation, Commander. Marcos. Teeth! When Mikrotov called his name, a huge man in armor, Marcos, the commander of the Royal Guard Knights, responded in a booming voice and stepped forward, saluting the seat of the Council of Wise Men. Could you please take her away? This is a matter of great importance to the kingdom. Please be careful. Understood. I will accompany you. Yes, a big face. No, a big body. Nice to meet you. Fucking freak. The woman bowed her head deeply, and there was a certain softness in her expression. Perhaps it was because the conversation was progressing as she had hoped, and it seemed that her visit from the Shenron Church would be fulfilled. Knowing that it might come as a surprise, Mycroft asked her something. The woman who called herself an emissary of the Divine Dragon Church and gathered Mikrotov and the other important figures of the kingdom at the castle early in the morning is attracting attention for a reason other than her being connected to the Divine Dragon Church. It is... Excuse me, but may I ask your name, sister? I am a nun, dispatched by the Shenron Church. Marcos personally brought the woman to the royal mansion, who called herself a nun. Felix couldn't hide his confusion. The reason Felix was staying in the royal capital with Wilhelm was to appeal directly to the royal castle, to be allowed to participate as a member of the investigation team for the open Pleiades watchtower, and to learn from the wisdom of the omniscient and omnipotent sage how to save Krush, who continued to suffer even now. Oh, are they gonna try and help Krush first? Of course, Amelia and the others had already returned from the Pleiades watchtower and had written to him, informing him that the existence of the sage and his wisdom were not particularly convenient, but even so, this was a much more promising possibility than the slow progress being made with the development of healing magic. Really, it's stupid. No matter how much you improve existing healing magic, it will only prevent you from dying. It won't take away any of Krush-sama's pain. The research into blue that he had clung to had raised the level of healing magic in the Lagunica kingdom. Not just 1, but 3 levels in such a short period of time. But that was worthless to Felix right now. The person he most wants to save right now is someone he can't. This fact drives Felix into a corner and plunges him into darkness. That's why I tried to rely on the wisdom of the Pleiades watchtower and the sages. Can you save Krush-sama? Can Shenron Church? Seriously? I don't lie about my faith, and I have no interest in making those who are lost suffer even more. Even if you can't trust me, I'm sure you can trust your leader. In response to Felix's trembling voice, the nun gestured to Marcos, who was accompanying her. Felix called out to Marcos in a high-pitched voice,
Commander!
to which Marcos nodded with a rock-like face.
I hear that the Shenron Church has magic and techniques that it has not made public. I believe that Mikratov and the rest of the church, their council of... Why my reading is cooked? I believe that Mikratov and the rest of the council of sages are worth believing in. But what if something happens to Kusama again? You can't climb Quaint Stone alone. The nun spoke quietly, causing Felix to gasp.
This isn't the first time we've heard about this Quaint Stone. What the fuck is the Quaint Stone? The nun spoke quietly, causing Felix to gasp. Felix's eyes welled up with tears as a torrent of emotions welled up inside him. And the nun gently reached out his hand, gently loosening each of his fingers. Oh, wait, is there one nun or is there two? Because they keep misgendering the fuck out of this motherfucker, bro. As Felix let her... Yeah, no, they're just getting the fucking genders mixed. Okay, whatever. As Felix let herself be held captive, his eyes suddenly catch sight of her beautiful golden hair and crimson eyes that hold a serious light, and he is taken aback. This realization only added to the confusion, and I didn't understand what it meant. Please, let me help your loved one. The Shenron Church always wished happiness for the people of the kingdom, no matter what their principles are. There are no exceptions. Oh, who are you? Because they keep talking about, like, blonde hair. Golden hair. Golden hair, red eyes. This isn't Priscilla, bro. Why do they keep making it seem like this is Priscilla? Because everyone keeps looking at her weird. The Shenron Church wishes happiness for the people of the kingdom, no matter what their principles are. There are no exceptions. Oh, who are you? Felix's question made her hold her breath, and she quickly overcame her slight hesitation and answered with still gently grasping my hand. It is Filore. That is my name. The daughter of the king's younger brother, who had been abducted from the royal castle and disappeared 15 years ago, was a nun with golden hair and crimson eyes. Characteristics of royalty, who had the same name as the missing princess. This concludes chapter 9. Thank you for reading. What I wanted to do in chapter 9 was depict once again the light and darkness of return by death. What is light in death? For those of you who have finished reading, which do you think is the light's returned by death, and which is the dark's returned by death? Anyway, the next update will finally see us enter chapter 10. There will be lots of things that didn't go as planned, but overall, the story is more interesting after it's written than before it is written. Which is what makes the story so interesting. The plot of chapter 10 is also interesting, so I think it will be even more interesting than the plot. I'm confused. Is okay. 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 All right. Hold on. So that's interesting. So we it I mean, like, is this wait a minute. If she, the daughter of the king's younger brother, who had been abducted from the royal castle and disappeared 15 years ago, was a nun with golden hair and crimson eyes, characteristic of royalty, who had the same name as the missing princess. Okay, this doesn't confirm that this Filore is that Filore. She has the same name. I mean, like, does this, like, dude, I'm not trusting the translations. Like, I'm probably not gonna want to do this style again, because like the official translations, like, there was so much wrong with this. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do appreciate the link, but I don't know. It's the it was a little cooked. I'm not gonna lie. But felt never got her name eaten. They only pretended to eat her name to, like, put up the ploy. So Felt could actually, she's probably actually Filore, but this Filore could be someone different. I think that Felt is the actual Filore, and this is just like someone with the same name. Because everything, like, it already pointed to Felt being Filore. Like, sure, it could be like a red herring, you know, like, I wouldn't put it past Tape to, like, you know, do something like this, but like switch it up, like throw us off, because like he likes to throw a lot of curveballs. He likes to throw a lot of curveballs at us. Always keep us on our feet. And this is interesting, like the Shenron Church. So what we're getting is that there's a lot more to the ReZero world than we even thought. Because I mean, like, has this ever been brought up before? The Shenron Church? Because I've never heard of it. And if they have if they have healing abilities, wait a minute. Okay. Let me think about something. So, random theory, right? What if the Shenron Church houses a witch factor? What if they house, by chance, what if they house the witch factor of Pride? I know that Pride originally belonged to fuck, a Valakian. Fuck. Oh, let me see. What the fuck was his name, bro? Oh, I didn't even scroll down that far. Did I just lose the thing I was looking at? Oh, never mind. Here it is. Oh, let me see. Oh, sorry. Damn it. Hold on. I should probably like pause it when I'm gonna take these longer like breaks. I'm just like looking at shit. Let's see. Where the fuck? Fuck. I forget bro's name. I forget bro's name. But fuck all that deliberation for fucking nothing. But anyway. So what if they have a authority that allows them to heal the bullshit from like other authorities, right? Because outside of like healing magic, well, they say that Felix has the best healing magic in the kingdom, right? But I don't think they've ever said he is the best healer in the world, which can go to show that there are still so many other individuals that exist in the world of ReZero that have capabilities that we will never be able to understand or see unless they either approach us or we approach them. It's part of how we don't really learn about certain characters until like much later in the series, such as like fucking Hannibal, Cecilus, like characters like that who have like these crazy extraordinary abilities. So I'm curious as to see like who Flore actually is, like if she, because like I don't think that she's the missing I don't think she's the missing family member, and I think one of the reasons why people don't really talk that much about like Felt being that is because like her name is Felt, but like if she had like a different name, that would have like caused more like, I mean, like actually what did it have, like I don't know, I gotta reread some of the earlier bits, but yeah. So overall thoughts and opinions, this arc was absolutely fucking fantastic. It's still fresh, but I'd say this is tied with arc 4 for me. Arc 4 was just so goddamn good. Like I really want to put this as like my number 2, but I can't. Like I gotta think about it. I gotta sit on it. The ending was great. I don't think that the Great Reset having happened was a bad thing. It made sense that it happened, right? Like to me, it made sense. Am I mad about it? No, not at all. And I know that the community is probably divided on this. I'm gonna come out and say like I do not have any issues with it, because there was so much that we learned. But it's like the permanence of like some of the things aren't, you know, they aren't going to last. I'm sure, you know, we see this, but the fact that there are certain bits that Subaru was able to at least kind of pick up on during that, and like the fact that we now have Al sealed, there's a lot that we're coming out of this with, you know. So like one, we have a potential answer to how to fix the like the victims of lust and gluttony, right? But even more so, Subaru has a surefire way to get a lot of these victims like helped out, like of gluttony, because like he learned that he's able to just go and basically like corner him and be like, hey dude, do this or you're fucking cooked, right? And having Beatrice with him and Al like as a like in the little sealed like old Shamak dimension, whatever. It's like so that's already like a W, because now we don't have like this superficial way of bringing everyone back and getting everyone's memories out. It's like, you know, we get reset like to the beginning, but we have more answers, right? Because if we think about it, how things transpired in Arc 9, a lot of shit was very devastating, right? Like, sure, like no one died, which I think was one of the tells that we were probably gonna reset. Or actually, this already came on. Anyway, but to me, it kind of like told like, okay, well, like there's a potential that we won't reset, but the things that we were losing in the grand scheme of things, and like the damage being done to the capital, and like to like it was one of those things where should we reset, especially like after Petra was sacrificing so much shit. Like I'm not upset by it. I think that it was done well. I think it was done really well. And parts of this arc that made, like, even if the reset didn't happen, regardless of if it happened or not, some of the moments that we got from this arc were some of the strongest, in my opinion, in the series that we've gotten so far. There was so much, like, that really went to expand on characters, and it's not like it was for nothing. We quite literally had a little taste of this in arc 8 when we saw what everyone would be able to do to come and pull through for Subaru, right? But now we were seeing what they would actually be willing to do if everyone band together and was like, we gotta save our king, we gotta save our, you know, we gotta save our goat. Now I like reading what Tape has to say about how I wanted to do in Arc 9 was depict once again the light and darkness of Return by Death. What is the light? And for those of you who have finished reading, which do you think is the light's Return by Death, and which is the dark's Return by Death? Like that is like very fun to think about, because when we think about the lights, right? If we want to think about, you know, the positives that we're getting, or things we would associate with light and positivity, it would be, hey, so one, we reversed all of this destruction, you know, all of these sacrifices that were made, all of these things that if we were to move forward, we were able to alleviate it and completely wipe it away, right? But then when it comes to the darks, actually no, I'll go in further into the light. Like there was quite a lot of information that we learned in this arc, not just the reader, but like every other character. And moving forward, it's like, yes, we finally got like people to learn about Return by Death in a positive way, in which it's being used to get Subaru back and able to strategize around Al and his authority, his ability, right? And there were so many strategies that they only could have made knowing about the looping. And it also really just helps depict how well fleshed out these characters are, how far they're willing to go for each other, like how they truly feel in their heart of hearts about each other in general, and how the different characters have affected and changed them over time. Even if they understand that they are going to get erased if they return by death, right? Like these memories, which is going to go into the darks. The darks is like just the fact that it's death, right? Subaru has to die, like knowing that the characters, certain characters, being Rem and Petra, found out about Return by Death, and how completely and utterly devastated they were to learn that this is what bro was going through. And what's part of what's beautiful about it is that they didn't have time to mourn or really like let it all sink in. They got it, and they immediately had to act on it. Like they didn't have time to really sit and plan, like, you know, with the Witch of Tristicia's ability to compress. Like, yeah, they were getting to their conclusions much faster, but man, they didn't have time, like Rem and Petra specifically, they didn't have the time to sit there and think like, damn it. This is what our guy, the person that we love, has been going through. And we don't even know how long, because Rem doesn't even know the full extent of it to have seen what Petra saw. And so memories like that to live rent-free in Petra's head, I'm glad that she reset, bro. Not only that, but there was so much that she sacrificed. She sacrificed so much. She sacrificed a shit ton. And when you realize that, oh, none of this ever happened. No, it did happen. It did happen. That's one of the darks. It's like, it never happened. But the thing was, it did. It was one of the stepping stones to get to the most optimal outcome. And even Petraboo, she understood that since she'd seen Subaru, especially his suffering in like that loop in arc 4, that he is not going to compromise with saving everyone. He's not, like, barring Priscilla, but that was her choice. She chose that. And another thing, the darks. In certain timelines, certain loops, there's a lot that people express only because of the circumstances of said loops, but they won't be able to express these same emotions if it were to, like, you know, get erased, because then the circumstances will be different. So oftentimes we would see very powerful moments being done in a loop, and they're being expressed to certain characters or to the main character, but once he loops, it's wiped. It's not always wiped for him, but it's wiped for those people, and that hurts. Like, dude, we're gonna go back to arc 1. The fact that Subaru's first meeting with Amelia never happened. She will never know that she saved him. That shit hurts. But like, we know, we carry that into each and every death, each and every loop where he goes to try to save her, because we know we have like that sense of like object permanence where this thing happened. It happened. Even if no one else remembers it, we know that it happened. And so we're going to cling to that. So I definitely understand that this loop, like what he was trying to do, or like not this, well, yeah, technically you can say it was just one loop. You can like, I think you can say arc 9 was the loop, or like the arc with the shortest death, or like the quickest, no, the smallest amount of deaths being 1. He died 1 time at the very end of the arc, but it was a roller coaster. It was a fucking roller coaster. It doesn't invalidate anything that has happened. Everything that happened in this arc was fucking magnificent. This is some of the best ReZero has had to offer, for me, in my opinion, like out of the entire readings that I've been doing. Like, dude, like when I first started reading, I started reading in arc 4, bro, that shit was fucking cinema. I'm sorry, I know I keep glazing arc 4, and even though like I think arc 6 is better, arc 4 is one of the best written things, best written arcs I've ever consumed in any type of media. Like that shit. And for me, arc 9 is on that same level. There is so much shit that happened in this arc. Like, god damn. You're gonna act like, oh yeah, none of it happened? No, it did happen. It happened. We know that it happened. We now have information. We have so much information. But the thing is, we still don't know enough. I have high hopes for arc 10. I think arc 10 is going, like, if he keeps this up, dude, I think that every arc from 9 onward is just going to be peak. Is there going to be an arc that eclipses 6? I don't know. It's not 9 for me. 9 is really, really good. I'm sorry. But you literally can't beat the peak moments that we've had in arc 6. No. God. This has had some immaculate, very, very peak moments. Like, with ReZero, the standard trend is that we're getting mostly peaks, basically no valleys. It's just peak, peak, peak. The valleys down here is like, yoink. Like, even the shit that people would try to complain about the most. Explain yourself. Because, especially going off of this, if you're going to argue that the ending was bad or the arc is bad just because he resets everything at the end, what have you been reading ReZero for? What have you been consuming it for? If you don't understand that there are certain aspects to this that have literally paved the way for us to get to this point. One of which being, Subaru doesn't want to lose anything. He wants to save everyone that he can. And if knowing that there was so much destruction, so many irreversible things that has happened, how do you fix it? Even Petra, she knew. Rem, she knew. They knew what they had to do. And what is so unfortunate, another, I'll say like, another dark aspect of Return by Death, the limitation of it set upon by Satella not being able to tell anyone. We literally got to see how, when push came to shove, literally, even his friends, Rem, or like his most beloved companions, I don't even want to say friends, like that's too light of a word. Petra and Rem, they both knew, look, he has to return by death. If people knew about Return by Death moving forward, then it would be an expectation. The fact that other people don't know about it is what makes it so significant. Like the fact that very few people who are able to manipulate him actually knows about it. Like the only major person that knows is Roswell, other than Echidna and Al, to my knowledge. But the fact that when Petra found out, she didn't say it, but her immediate plan was like, hey, we have to, everything that we're gonna do is to return by death. She immediately locked in and knew that. The fact that, sorry, I don't want to get too off topic because like my opinions about the ending. The fact that Reinhardt could pull out his fucking cock to Subaru, diabolical. I actually want to go back. Like this shit, like no, we're running through it. We're running through it. We're running through it. This shit was absolutely fucking crazy. Dude, and like the artist, bro, good on you, bro. Good fucking shit on you, bro. W, where's the fucking art source? Whoever made this, good shit, bro. You cooked that. You very much captured like how he felt in that moment. Like, Subaru, oh my god, this is the best written character in fiction. Dude, don't at me. Don't fucking at me. This is the best written character in fucking fiction, bro. I'll debate anybody on this shit. I don't even have to have seen the person or the story that you're gonna try to. No one is better written than this. No fucking shot. And the fact that they showed the build up to it, dude, this chapter was so good. This arc was fucking phenomenal. Dude, like arc 6 and then arc 9 and 4 are like this for me, dude. Wait, did I have to go back? It was The Sound of Chains. Dude, and then this being a fucking callback, bro? Are you fucking kidding me? Ah, fuck. Forgot I'm not logged in. Dude, The Sound of Chains, bro? The Sound of Chains? Episode 6? Bro. Nah. Dude. Episode fucking. Let me see. Literally, I fucking like, bro, y'all can't say I am not about this shit, bro. Dude, episode 6 of season 1 is The Sound of Chains. Come on now, bro. Come on now. Don't question me about my fucking ReZero knowledge, bro. And like, come on, bro. Ah, fuck. And this music is going crazy right now. Natsuki Rigel, who are you? God. Damn it. Dude, no, this, I'm sorry, like this shit was just fucking peak. This shit was fucking peak. Bro. Which chapter was it? I think it was this chapter. I think it was this chapter. No, it wasn't. No. It wasn't this one. It was this one, I think. No. It was deeper. It was deeper. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Because because we were getting like the fight. Okay, so what I'm looking for specifically is when Petra woke up. Here, I'm gonna pause while I find it. All right, I found a chat. Chapter 23. The gang's all here. Yeah, this shit, man. Like this, man. One of my favorite moments in ReZero, bro.
What should I do now? Everyone, please, Ani-san, help me. Everyone needs help. Leave everything to me, Meili.
Right after she heard that cute and reassuring voice, Meili saw someone leap from the overturned couch. What the fuck? Using the driver's seat as a foothold, and proceeded to jump onto Patrash, who was losing her balance in midair. It was a girl with a large bow and light brown hair that caught the eye.
Petra-chan!
As Meili cried out, Petra, who had leapt out from the carriage, clung to Patrash's neck in midair before forcefully sitting down on the ground dragon saddle, clinging on tightly as if biting her. She hugged with all her might, using her entire petite body, and made her appeal.
Patrash, calm down and listen to my voice.
Insert Giratina cry right here.
Yes, good girl. Now. I'm fine. Petra-chan, the book you read. I'm alright. More importantly...
Cutting off her words, Petra narrowed her eyes and glared behind her. Before her gaze was the battle where Reinhardt defending Pleiades' watchtower, as the line that must continue to be defended at all costs was holding back the Witch of Envy, who tried to cross that line, dude. And Reinhardt?
I'll be fine. Leave everything to me. Petra-chan? Leave it for now. We need to get out of the Agria sand dunes. Let's go!
The loud declaration of Petra, as she rode the ground dragon speeding across the sand sea, Meili responded by repeatedly nodding her head in agreement, feeling a sense of mysterious reliability. With a smile at Meili's reaction, Petra turned back to face forward and stiffened her cheeks. Holding on tightly to Patrash's neck and leaving the manifestation of the end that loomed behind them to Reinhardt, they ran straight out of the sand sea. And while enjoying the illusion of being bathed in a cool breeze, Petra whispered to herself, "We have some work to do, right, Subaru? Yeah, let's do this, with everything we've got." Feeling the voice and presence of the one she loved so dearly, whom she was unable to touch near her, Petra Lete raced as hard as she could, her heart burning with passion, to bring forth that wish which must be delivered outside of the sand sea. She must give it her all. Dude, I'm already getting choked up again. I'm already about to fucking cry again. And at that moment, she decided to bring forth that wish to return by death. Come on, bro. And the fact that we got a quote from the trial, like, dude, this arc, oh my god, I hope you guys are in, like, are ready for this reading. Woo! This has been absolute fucking cinema. Let me let me center this shit more. Absolute fucking cinema, bro. Damn it. Reinhardt, his ability to just fucking spawn wherever the fuck he wants when he dies. Bro. Come on now. As its holder would be resurrected from his lost life, and when that occurred, all of his injuries, fatal or not, would undergo a complete recovery. Hence, At this moment, all the wounds Reinhardt had sustained during his battle against the shadow of the Witch of Envy, spanning 3 days and 3 nights as he fought to avert ruination of everything at the world's edge, were undone. And let's put respect on his name. This motherfucker fought for 3 days and 3 nights non-stop. Debuffed. Fucking injured. Are you kidding me? Bro. Against the Witch of Envy? I better not hear any of y'all fucking bastards talk shit about Reinhardt. Don't y'all ever put disrespect on this motherfucker's name. I don't ever want to hear any of y'all in the fucking comments talking shit. Not that y'all do. But what? Bro. That also included the wounds that Aldebaran and the Divine Dragon had inflicted upon Reinhardt's arms, rendering them unusable. He was fighting this bitch without even using his hands. This motherfucker said, hands behind my back, I can still fight your shit. Come on now. But the true value for which Reinhardt had turned to this divine protection was still yet to come. Reinhardt, well, the moment it had suddenly vanished as abruptly as when it had first appeared, Reinhardt deemed it the end of the battle. Instantly, he decided to inflict a mortal wound upon himself. If this had simply been for the purpose of healing his wounds, Reinhardt would not have gone out of his way to inflict self-harm, and likely would have waited for his injuries to heal naturally, or to naturally heal. In other words, what he sought from the divine protection of the Phoenix was not the healing of his wounds, but the other effect that the divine protection induced. That moment, clad in flames of deep crimson, Reinhardt was resurrected in the midst of a battlefield. That was the other extraordinary effect carried by the divine protection of the Phoenix. The flames of rebirth that allowed the deceased holder to resurrect at any location they desired. Right before Natsuki Suru's eyes. But in the current moment, the place where Reinhardt resurrected went without saying. It was by the side of one who ought to have been fighting against Aldebaran, cleaning up after Reinhardt's failure. His master. This shit is fucking peak. It is absolutely fucking peak. Come on, bro. This man. But even so, it can't be broken. The shock had not worn off. Even so, he still possessed the initiative. Devised by the witch, it was a forbidden art that reliably sealed any who had been granted power by a witch factor. Even with Reinhardt's absurd levels of power, even with the world-ending breath of a dragon, it cannot be broken. Thus, no matter what happened, Aldebaran would not lift the seal. No, it's Suru who's sealed in there, isn't it? In that case, it can be drawn. I'm literally pulling my hairs out, bro. What? What? Sorry, I'm just going through some of my favorite moments of this fucking arc just to like refresh and get all that juice back in there, bro. Instantly, a torrent of power surpassing all normalcy quaked the atmosphere, and a shudder certainly ran through the world. That was simply how tremendously significant the drawing of this sword was, to the point that even the world was unable to ignore it. That was Dragon Sword, read. With a flash of impossible radiance, the small magic orb in the Sword Saint's hand was rent asunder. Cinema. Cinema. Dude. This is one of the best arcs of ReZero. Easy. Easy. Damn, and I read all 60 fucking chapters of this shit. Like, dude, the I can't even speak. Phase 5? One of the best phases in ReZero. Easy. Easy. I mean, all of this shit was fucking crazy, dude. I started reading like what, around like right here? Or no. I started reading around like, when the fuck did I first start reading this? I started at chapter 15. I started reading like for you guys at chapter 15. Dude. This is also like W art, bro. Y'all can't say that this was a bad arc. Especially, dude, just because of the fucking ending that was actually really fucking well done, well explored, and like well fleshed out. Like, what? Huh? Are we reading this? Are we reading the same series? I can understand why people would be upset. Because you can say that like all of this never happened, but it did happen. And this has been your boy Zero, aka Black Noski Subaru. Y'all know what to do. If you guys enjoyed this video, this super fucking long video, almost 5 hours long, leave a like, subscribe, share with your homies who you would want to, you know, show somebody who reads ReZero and has genuine, authentic reactions, genuine discussions. Very well thought out, like, discussions, may I say, and theory crafting, like all that shit. Someone who you would want to be a part of the community. Also, we do have a Discord server. I have been peeping that more of you guys have been joining the Discord for ReZero, and I really appreciate that because look, our community down there is slowly growing. It's slowly growing. You guys are super sick. You guys are giving me like so much more insight for things that like I maybe don't talk about as much on the ReZero videos. You're helping me get like a better understanding for maybe something that I glossed over or maybe didn't give enough thought to like on screen. You're allowing for the discussion around ReZero to continue. So from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that you guys are here. Every single one of y'all. Shout out to like the homie who linked me with this. Even though like the reading was a little bit cooked, I do appreciate it because I was able to wrap everything up in this video right now instead of having you guys wait until Witch Cult officially translates it. Also, I appreciate all the translators for ReZero who comes in and like does such amazing work with this. It's because of you guys that we're even able to do this. So shout out to Witch Cult Translations. Shout out to all of like my translators. Like I know like fucking this is a good ass chapter too. Holy shit. Oh, let me see. Like dude, art sources, like all the fucking translators, like Garkar, I know you're one of them. Bro, like dude, any fucking chapter I click on had some fucking heat in it. Oh, the girl named Petrolate, and we still got Petrolate. Like dude, there were, and like yo, low key, this whole arc was fucking was Al and Petra. Dude, W chapter. And Rem, like this arc went to categorize, characterize so many of our star players. Get it? Following star. Man, this was an absolutely beautiful arc. Beautiful arc. Top A, man, shout out to you, bro. I know you're never gonna see this. I hope I have the pleasure one day to meet my fucking GOAT. I might cry, dude. I'm not gonna lie. If I meet Top A in person, I may actually fucking break down. I will, dude. I hope my Japanese is fucking fluent by that point. Dude, really? A stanza of legend? Like, are we not gonna talk about like fucking Wilhelm versus the divine track, bro? Oh my god, no, we gotta we gotta go through. We gotta go through it, dude. Volga Cromwell, bro, dude. This motherfucker Wilhelm, a legend, legend. I'm about to glaze everybody in this bitch, bro. Fuck. Kind. Dynamic kind. The ultimate life form. This art also goes crazy. I tried to wrap up the video, but I fucking couldn't, because like because I just want to keep talking about it, dude. But yeah, like I was saying, dude, join the Discord, bro, because like we be live in there. We be live in the Discord, bro. We're live in the Discord. Oh my goodness, bro. And I know y'all are gonna eat this video up. I know y'all are gonna eat this video. So look. You know, I do not have things such as like goals or anything like that to keep making content. I'm going to keep making content. But because this was a very long video, what I want you guys to do is, yes, leave a like. Is there a like goal? No. I'm sure this will probably get at least 10 likes, maybe. But if you truly enjoyed this arc, tell me about it in the comments. That is the best way for the algorithm, not even likes, to get this video to be seen by more people. I know that I'm a little late to the party, but please, I know there's gonna be I know there's probably gonna be a lot of comments on this one, because there are so many points of discussion where I stop and I'm like, let's talk about it. So drop that shit down in the comments. Give me timestamps too. So like, if you guys like if you're like in real time as you're watching this, right, in real time, if you have a comment, pause the video, put the timestamp, drop the comment. Just drop the comment and just keep going. Don't have to wait to the end of the video, but just drop a comment. Look, dude, spam my shit. I love interacting with you guys. I love the ReZero community that I have around me, like from my channel. You guys are fucking amazing. I love every single one of y'all motherfuckers. Truly. Drop a comment, timestamp it for the discussion point of the video. If you have parts that you want me to expand on in another video, timestamp, comment it. Because after this, I'm gonna start reading the EX novels, thanks to like one of my boys in the Discord. So that's gonna be what's gonna be next, right? And I don't know how soon the first video will be out, because like this is already a fat one. I will most likely start recording at some point today. Like the same day that this video is gonna go up is the same day that I'm going to start to read the EX. I can't promise how soon it'll be out, only because I don't know the structure of it. I don't know how long they are, so I'm not gonna give any promises, but it could be up. It could be up within a couple days, or it may take a little bit longer, but just stay with me. But yeah, again, dude, like this was phenomenal. there were parts of this fucking shit that absolutely broke me, as you guys saw. Like I mean, I think like damn near every fucking chapter reading that I've done, I've cried at least a little bit, if not once or twice. This has been phenomenal. I can't say enough good things about it. As far as my critiques, genuine critiques. Let me see. Let me go back to the chapters. Okay, so as far as like critiques, I will say that this arc, when it came to a lot of the combatants, not all of them, some of them, felt a little overtuned, just a little bit. I'm not saying that characters like Amelia seem to be too strong necessarily, but some of the abilities that were happening, some of them didn't make a lot of sense. And I know this is still just the web novel, and things will be edited and cleaned up for the light novel release. But there are just some parts where I'm just like, how do you explain how this makes sense regarding certain abilities? And you can say, sure, I'm putting too much faith in Tape's writing, in Tape himself, that he will eventually explain certain things. Whether they be in like side stories, EX stories, or just later in the arcs. Sure, you can say that. I'll admit, I'm a little bit too much of an optimist when it comes to his writing. But that's one thing that I felt was a little bit overtuned, was just like not explaining how certain abilities were able to come to fruition. Not for everyone, but just some people, right? And the power scaling in this arc was very interesting because we got to see, like, essentially something that I'm not gonna say didn't make sense. And this isn't really a complaint. This is just something that I thought was extremely interesting, given the context, is that everyone going all out, you know, like, you know, the more I kind of think about it, the more it makes sense, actually. It makes sense that if the enemy was Al, and he's literally made to be unkillable, and the sheer number of people that we had fighting was damn near the same as those who were fighting in the Great Disaster. Granted that these are all of our, let's say, like, fully buffed up characters, especially thanks due to Felix giving everyone, or like at least Rem, giving certain characters a little buff before going out. It does make a little bit more sense why certain characters were just on demon time. Speaking of Sword Demon, I absolutely cannot wait for that fight between Volcanica and Wilhelm to be animated. That will go down as one of the craziest fucking fights. And this arc was not lacking in good fights. Like, I know I'm like rambling. Like, there's just so much to talk about. Like, Petra Lete, one of the best named chapters in the entire fucking series. I might have to do a named chapter tier list, but like, I don't know if I want to do that for my anime onlys, because like it's gonna spoil some shit. It's gonna yeah, I don't know if I should do that. I mean, if I made like a warning, because like we've gotten like quite a lot of named chapters in this arc alone. In this arc alone, bro. Like, we got Katya, let's see, Volga. Oh, dude, Amelia was enraged. That was a really good fucking chapter, bro. Like, dude, when baby girl found out that Subaru was like fucking, oh my, dude, this arc is so good. Let's see, Ye Tenzin, Aldebaran, Petra. I mean, we got 5 name chapters in this one, which is pretty fucking good. Like, all of them were fucking amazing. All of them were really fucking good, bro. I can't say enough good things about this arc. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of things that like I didn't care for the arc, or I didn't like, and Okay, guys, in the comments, like, comment like anything that you felt was bad or not as good about this arc. Let me know so I can extrapolate more. I really don't. This image goes so fucking hard, bro. Dude. I love the ending. I agree. It is not the worst arc. What? I don't understand and don't want to understand why progress, stakes, and character development need to be destroyed for the sake of the author's desire to change nothing. Bro. Some people don't read, but it's okay. It's okay. You'd rather ignore the arc's redeeming qualities and still expect to be taken seriously? There was development. The narrative advances with the introduction of a new villain born from Subaru's love, foreshadowed back in Arc 6. It fits the core theme of Return by Death and the isolation it forces, putting us in the place of someone who must endure it. It also connects with Priscilla's Arc 8 remark, we're made to witness the lovable sides of those we cannot love, characters whose growth and memories reset, and the unlovable sides of those we do love, like Al, who keeps the same desire and goes across loops. W comment, Bob. W comment, Bob. Someone who's actually reading. God damn, I think this shit is gonna get to fucking 5 hours. God damn. Character development isn't deleted just because the events were moved. 2025, people still don't understand the difference between character development and character evolution. And what does the arc's ending, or what does the arc's ending have to do with Tape's desire to not change it? Dude, like, again, right here, so much shit happened. Just because the loop reset doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Like I was saying when I finished reading it, it still happened. Like, you have to literally just be fucking ignorant to not, and I'm not like trying to like bash necessarily like everyone who thinks this way about the ending, but you're going to ignore what we got just to be like, damn, nothing changed? Bro, how are you this far into this series? What the fuck? Without understanding like the light and dark of Return by Death. I'm gonna start using that now. I'm gonna start using that in my videos too. And only if y'all have seen this, y'all are gonna understand. Ooh, bro, look. I hope you guys tune in for when I do my ReZero Season 4 anime episode reactions. Those are going to be, woo, those are going to be crazy. Those are going to be crazy. If you read the author notes at the end of Arc 9, you would know precisely why he chose the ending he did. Besides, this all doesn't matter. Judge the story, not the author. Literally, I just went on a whole tirade because motherfuckers don't read. Bro, I think the only people who are mad genuinely just don't understand what this series is about, bro. I can't get over just how torn up Subaru was by Al's actions, just desperately trying to get through to him and slipping before the old shaman. The scene was amazing. Oh my god, it was so good. I would love to see how this would be animated and acted, especially with how it would contrast against the first time. Subaru, you made a decision, I suppose. Even though Betty could have taken it all on for you, you still got yourself hurt like a fool, in fact. I'm guessing this refers to Subaru performing half of the actions of casting Old Shamak and the resulting emotional pain. Oh. Hold on. I don't know if I've shown you guys these yet. This was something that I got from like my last con. Oh, I'll show you one at a time. Damn it. Damn it, focus. I mean, you can tell what it is. It's a little rim. And a little yukata. Or, yeah, little kimono. It's so cute. But then, we got big forehead baby girl. Hold on. Focus. Focus. Beautiful Baeko. Beautiful Baeko. And look, she has a little top hat. Okay, hold on. I gotta blow my nose again. Sorry, chat. It's like cold. The fucking weather's been getting to me. But man, dude, like, I don't know, bro. Like this shit was amazing. I still need to order my Subaru Figma or Nendoroid. Let me see. I keep trying to do this shit. Let me go onto eBay. Y'all, I always get like this every single time. Every single fucking time. And it's not even that expensive. It's not even that expensive. I might just have to purchase this right now. I'm not gonna lie. I might just have to do this right now. I might have to do this right now. Anyway, granted, I'm still Corleone's pilled and just desperately want to know what the hell is going on with that thing. I don't even care about any 400-year-old lore. Just tell me what the fuck is going on with it. I'm curious. What do you mean about the Corleone's lore? So reply system. I even refreshed the page so my comment wouldn't be a reply. I mean, sure, we can judge the author for what he writes in the story, sure, but I mean, like, ultimately, we're okay. So, granted, this is still fresh for me, but if someone has an issue with the writing of a story, they could very, very much like have an issue with the author, right? But at the end of the day, regardless of what the author writes, it's his novel, right? If you're unable to understand the intentions behind what he writes, especially when he tries to point it out and put it like in your face, then I think that's kind of fucked on the reader's part. If you're reading something, and I'm not saying like this is like the highest form of literature, but like if you're reading something that is definitely not just, it's not easy to read, it's not an easy read. Like you have to be locked in and paying attention, and you have to really understand like what's being said by each character, when it's being said, why it's being said, the context of it being said, and their actions that reflect what is being said as well. To have gotten to this point, you have to be looking deeper. You can't just be looking at the shallow surface level shit, because otherwise you are going to be upset by some of this like seemingly like bad writing that people would say. What I'm not even going to say it's bad writing. This shit is fucking peak. It's immaculate. But understanding the intention and like the tone of the story and the narrative, especially with these different arcs, you literally have to take a step back from your personal feelings and emotions to understand if what is being displayed is a good example of whatever trope is being done or whatever story beat is being expanded on. Like you have to really just take a step back, remove your emotions from it, like to see like, okay, objectively, is the author's like intention being expressed and being delivered in a satisfactory way that doesn't just meet your expectations for how the story should go, but how the author intends the story to progress. Because at that point, you're trying to put a fucking fake narrative of how the story should go based on your expectations and what you want, but you're not looking at what the author himself wants to express. So you're being selfish and quite frankly retarded by thinking like that. Sure, you can have issues with the story, with aspects of the characters or certain things that happen, sure, but are you only being emotional because you have set expectations to yourself for how the story should go and how you want it to go based on, hey, I'm here for the ride, is this being well done? And I think it's well done. I think it's very well done. I think that the ending was great. Sure, you could have predicted that there was going to be a great reset, but then the final moments of that reset, even Subaru, like, but just saying like at the very last minute before he did it, it was like, hey man, is there nothing I can do to save you? Even though he's still gonna try and save him. Like, how the fuck does this character get even more well written this far into this series? And yeah, I know like reading the comments isn't like good, but this is going to actually help me get a little bit more stuff to talk about in this video before, like, you know, we end it, because I do want to give like my full opinions and thoughts about this stuff before, you know, we make like a follow-up video. Because like overall, I adored Arc 9. Arc 9, it did not, like, y'all were hyping this shit up, like the ending, it did not disappoint. Second of all, stakes were not removed. Stakes refer to the possibility of loss. The possibility of loss doesn't vanish just because loss didn't occur this time. By that same logic, all stories in which the protagonist doesn't die until the end of it have no stakes, since you know he'll never die. Stakes are defined by what happens if the character fails to intervene. If the combined efforts of all the camps had not converged on that point, the Arc 9 nightmare future would have stood as the final state of the world. That is the opposite of no stakes. It is literally, if you don't act in time, this is what reality becomes forever. And I think that that's an amazing comment. Charlemagne, this was a beautiful, beautiful comment. And I fully agree. I 100% fully agree with this comment. There were never stakes taken away just because he returned by, like, dude, just because, you know, he died at the very end and then sealed Al, so much shit happened. Like, are we reading the same thing? So much, like, there were stakes from the very beginning, and there were still stakes at the very end. Nothing was removed. Like, even like, because Subaru could have hesitated to do what he had to do just because of his fucking frail heart and wanting to save Al, but he still do what he needs to do. And like, yeah, the series is literally called From Zero. Like, there are people that make cringy fanfics in their heads and become mad at the author because the story deviates from their headcanon. I literally just, yeah. So close to having a correct comment, but it applies to you rather than the guy than you're replying to. Sorry, that was deep. That was a deep dive, but absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. God damn. This is a fucking behemoth. But like I said, I'm actually gonna wrap this up now. Oh my god, boy. Dude. The chapter's name is just No. Just No. And then the interlude, Cheer, Petrolate. You are without a doubt one of the best written characters in this series right now, for me.
Petra Latte, you are... Do your best, me. Whether or not I seize this chance depends entirely on how hard I try.
My heart hurts, bro. This is literally cinema, bro. Fuck, bro. I feel like when I read the ending of ReZero, I am going to be distraught. And yes, it will be on the channel. I'm sorry. I'm just like in my feelings right now. I don't mean to deliberate and make this like video like even longer than it already is, like, but moments like this. And this is like her with all the fabric because like she wants to design clothes, like Watashi no okay. Like my Japanese is a little bad. This shit. All right. Share this with your homies. Share it with your homies. Damn, this shit was so good. This shit's a masterpiece. Leave a comment. Definitely comment. I expect a lot of comments on this one. This has been your boy Zero, aka Black Natsuki Subaru. Shout out to the boy. My boy is back. I love ReZero.